In the vast expanse of the Chinese court during the 2nd century before the Common Era, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty gazed westward beyond the familiar borders of his realm, contemplating lands that existed only in whispered tales and fragmentary reports. The Middle Kingdom, as China knew itself, had long been the center of civilization in his understanding, surrounded by barbarian tribes and mysterious territories that stretched endlessly toward the setting sun. Yet something stirred in the imperial mind, a curiosity about what lay beyond, and more importantly, what opportunities might await those bold enough to venture into the unknown. The court buzzed with stories of strange peoples and exotic goods that occasionally found their way through intermediary traders. Jade from distant mountains, precious stones that caught light in ways unknown to Chinese artisans, and tales of powerful horses that could run like the wind across impossible distances. These fragments of information tantalized the emperor, but they also presented a strategic concern. To the north and west, the Xiongnu Confederation posed a constant threat to Chinese territories. Their mounted warriors struck swiftly and retreated into steppes that Chinese armies found difficult to navigate. If there were allies to be found in the western lands, if there were sources of the magnificent horses that gave nomadic peoples their military advantage, then perhaps the balance of power could shift. It was in this atmosphere of curiosity and strategic necessity that Zhang Qian entered the historical record. A court official of modest rank but considerable courage, Zhang Qian possessed qualities that would prove essential for the monumental journey ahead. When Emperor Wu called for volunteers to undertake a diplomatic mission to the western regions, seeking allies against the Xiongnu, Zhang Qian stepped forward. His task seemed straightforward in conception, but daunting in execution. Travel beyond the known world, establish contact with the Yuezhi people who had been displaced by Xiongnu attacks, and forge an alliance that would strengthen Han military capacity. The year was 138 BCE when Zhang Qian departed the imperial capital with a small party of companions, including his faithful Xiongnu guide Ganfu, who would prove instrumental to their survival in the challenging years ahead. Their route led them through the Hexi Corridor, that narrow passage between mountains and desert that would become one of the most crucial arteries of transcontinental trade. The landscape they encountered was both beautiful and forbidding. Vast stretches of sand punctuated by oasis settlements, mountain passes that tested human endurance, and steppes where the horizon seemed to extend beyond the edge of the world. The expedition's early progress was halted by the very people they had hoped to circumvent. Xiongnu warriors captured Zhang Qian and his companions, recognizing immediately the strategic threat posed by Han diplomatic overtures to Western peoples. For 10 years, Zhang Qian lived among the Xiongnu, treated with the complex mixture of respect and suspicion reserved for valuable prisoners. During this decade of captivity, he absorbed invaluable knowledge about the peoples, languages, and geography of the Western regions. He learned of trade routes that connected distant civilizations, of goods that traveled incredible distances through networks of exchange that no single person fully comprehended. The Xiongnu, despite their reputation as fierce nomadic warriors, were themselves part of these trading networks. Their camps buzzed with activity as merchants from various tribes and settled communities brought goods for exchange. Zhang Qian observed the intricate protocols of nomadic diplomacy, the ways in which trust was established across linguistic and cultural barriers, and the practical logistics of moving valuable cargo across challenging terrain. These years of enforced education would prove as valuable as any formal diplomatic training. When Zhang Qian finally escaped from Xiongnu territory, continuing his westward journey with determination undiminished by a decade of captivity, he entered regions that revealed the true scope of human civilization beyond China's borders. The kingdoms of Central Asia presented a complex tapestry of peoples, each with their own languages, customs, and economic specializations. In Dayuan, he encountered the legendary blood-sweating horses that had captured Chinese imagination. Magnificent animals whose superior speed and endurance made them invaluable for military purposes. The markets of these Central Asian kingdoms displayed goods that spoke of trading connections spanning incredible distances. Roman glassware reflected light alongside Indian precious stones. Spices from tropical regions that Zhang Qian could barely imagine perfumed the air. Textiles displayed weaving techniques and artistic sensibilities that differed dramatically from Chinese traditions, yet possessed their own sophisticated beauty. Most intriguingly, Chinese silk was already present in these markets, having traveled westward through trading networks that operated independently of official Chinese knowledge or control. Zhang Qian's diplomatic mission achieved mixed results in its original objectives. The Yuezhi, whom he finally located in Bactria, had established themselves comfortably in their new territories and showed little interest in returning east to fight the Xiongnu. However, the intelligence he gathered about Western regions, their peoples, resources, and existing trade networks would prove far more valuable than any military alliance. When he returned to the Han court after 13 years of travel, captivity, and exploration, Zhang Qian carried with him detailed knowledge that would transform Chinese understanding of the wider world. The emperor received Zhang Qian's reports with fascination and growing excitement. Here was evidence of sophisticated civilizations, valuable resources, and existing trade networks that Chinese merchants could access and potentially dominate. The strategic implications were enormous. If China could establish regular contact with these Western regions, it could not only access their valuable goods, but also potentially outflank the Xiongnu by developing alternative routes and alliances. Zhang Qian's second mission, launched in 115 BCE, reflected this expanded understanding of possibilities. Rather than focusing solely on military alliances, this expedition aimed to establish regular diplomatic and commercial relations with Western kingdoms. The party was larger, better equipped, and carried substantial quantities of Chinese goods to demonstrate the benefits of peaceful exchange. They traveled with silk that had already proven its appeal in Western markets, lacquerware that showcased Chinese artistic sophistication, and metalwork that displayed advanced technological capabilities. The routes that Zhang Qian's expeditions helped to establish and formalize would become the foundation of what later generations would call the Silk Road. However, the reality of these early trade connections was far more complex and gradual than the romantic image of merchant caravans traveling directly from China to Rome. Trade operated through a series of interconnected regional networks, with goods changing hands multiple times as they moved across continents. Local merchants specialized in particular segments of these routes, developing expertise in specific regions' languages, customs, and market conditions. The Han dynasty's growing involvement in Western trade required significant military and administrative investment. Establishing trading posts and maintaining route security demanded garrisons, supply systems, and diplomatic relationships with numerous local rulers. The Hexi corridor became heavily fortified, with watchtowers and military stations ensuring the safety of merchant caravans. Chinese administrative posts were established at key oasis settlements, creating a hybrid system of governance that balanced Chinese authority with local customs and existing power structures. The goods that flowed eastward into China through these developing networks transformed imperial court culture and urban life in major Chinese cities. Silk remained China's most important export, but the range of imports expanded dramatically. Horses from Central Asia enhanced Chinese military capabilities and became status symbols among the elite. Precious stones and pearls adorned imperial regalia and noble fashion. Spices and aromatics introduced new dimensions to Chinese cuisine and religious practices. Perhaps even more significant than material goods was the exchange of ideas and technologies that accompanied trade. Buddhist teachings, originating in India, began their eastward journey along these same routes that carried commercial goods. The religion's emphasis on compassion, its sophisticated philosophical frameworks, and its appealing promise of liberation from suffering found receptive audiences among Chinese merchants, scholars, and eventually imperial courts. Buddhist monasteries established along trade routes served multiple functions as religious centers, as schools for literacy and languages, and as hospitality centers for traveling merchants. The spread of Buddhism illustrates the profound cultural exchanges that accompanied commercial development. Buddhist monks, often multilingual and experienced in cross-cultural communication, became invaluable intermediaries in trade relationships. Their monasteries provided secure storage for valuable goods. Their literacy skills facilitated record-keeping and correspondence, and their religious authority helped establish trust between trading partners from different cultural backgrounds. Archaeological evidence from sites like Dunhuang reveals the cosmopolitan character that developed in Silk Road settlements. The famous library cave at Dunhuang, sealed in the 11th century and rediscovered in the early 20th century, contained manuscripts in multiple languages and scripts: Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, Khotanese, and others. These documents include not only religious texts, but also commercial records, legal contracts, personal letters, and literary works that demonstrate the multilingual, multicultural environment of Silk Road communities. The artistic traditions that emerged from these cultural encounters display remarkable synthesis. Gandhara sculpture combines Greek artistic techniques with Buddhist religious themes and Indian iconographic traditions. Silk textiles, found in Central Asian sites, feature Persian hunting scenes, Greek mythological figures, and Chinese dragon motifs woven together in patterns that reflect the cosmopolitan tastes of their wealthy purchasers. Metalwork, ceramics, and architectural elements similarly show the creative fusion that occurred when different artistic traditions encountered each other in commercial contexts. The Parthian Empire, controlling the western portions of these emerging trade networks, played a crucial role as intermediary between the Chinese and Roman worlds. Parthian merchants developed sophisticated systems for handling the complex logistics of transcontinental trade. They established commercial codes that governed interactions between traders from different cultural backgrounds, created credit systems that allowed goods to move faster than the precious metals that ultimately paid for them, and maintained diplomatic relationships that kept trade routes open despite frequent political conflicts. Parthian control of trade routes gave them enormous strategic and economic leverage. They could regulate the flow of goods between East and West, taxing commerce that passed through their territories, while also controlling what information traveled along with merchants. This intermediary position allowed them to maintain profitable relationships with both Chinese and Roman traders, while preventing direct contact that might threaten Parthian commercial advantages. The Roman Empire's eastern territories became significant consumers of goods arriving via these transcontinental networks. Roman aristocrats developed tastes for Chinese silk, Indian spices, and Central Asian precious stones. Archaeological evidence from Roman sites reveals the extent to which exotic Eastern goods penetrated Roman material culture. Silk fragments found in Roman graves, spice residues in cooking vessels, and Eastern artistic motifs in Roman decorative arts all testify to the impact of Silk Road trade on Roman daily life. However, Romans remained largely ignorant of the ultimate origins of these goods. Chinese silk was often attributed to mysterious Seres people, whose exact location and nature remained subjects of speculation rather than accurate knowledge. This ignorance was partly due to the great distances involved, but also reflected the deliberate obfuscation practiced by Parthian intermediaries who profited from maintaining their monopoly on east-west trade connections. The development of caravanserai, fortified rest stops for merchant caravans, represents one of the most important infrastructural innovations of the early Silk Road period. These establishments provided security, accommodation, and commercial facilities in strategic locations along trade routes. A typical caravanserai featured thick walls for defense, courtyards for animals and goods, chambers for merchants' accommodation, and often included workshops where goods could be repaired or modified during transit. The location of caravanserai was determined by practical considerations: access to water, defensive advantages, and positioning at intervals that matched typical daily travel distances for loaded caravans. However, their influence extended far beyond their immediate practical functions. Caravanserai became centers of cultural exchange, where merchants from different regions met, shared information, and developed the personal relationships that were essential for successful long-distance trade. The social dynamics within caravanserai reflected the complex hierarchies and negotiations required for transcontinental commerce. Wealthy merchants might travel with large retinues and substantial quantities of high-value goods, requiring considerable space and security arrangements. Smaller traders often formed cooperative groups to share costs and risks. Local guides and translators provided essential services, while caravanserai operators balanced the needs of diverse clienteles with their own profit margins and security concerns. The goods that traveled these early routes were selected for their high value-to-weight ratios and their appeal to consumers who could afford exotic luxuries. Silk was ideal for long-distance trade. Lightweight, compact, highly valuable, and largely imperishable if properly protected from moisture. Precious stones and pearls offered similar advantages, concentrating enormous value in small packages that could be easily transported and readily exchanged for local currencies or other goods. Spices represented another category of trade, particularly well suited to long-distance commerce. Black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, and other aromatics were light, valuable, and in high demand among wealthy consumers, who used them not only for flavoring food, but also for medicinal purposes and religious ceremonies. The markup on spices could be enormous. Goods that cost relatively little in their regions of origin commanded premium prices in distant markets, where their rarity made them symbols of wealth and sophistication. The exotic animals that occasionally traveled Silk Road routes captured imaginations and symbolized the wonders of distant lands. The blood-sweating horses that so impressed Zhang Qian became highly prized in Chinese imperial stables. Elephants, though more difficult to transport, occasionally made the journey to Chinese courts, where they served as diplomatic gifts and symbols of imperial power. Smaller animals like certain breeds of dogs, cats, and birds also traveled these routes, appreciated for their rarity and the status their ownership conferred. The challenges of transcontinental trade during this period were enormous and constantly evolving. Weather patterns could make routes impassable for months at a time. Political conflicts could close borders or make travel dangerous. Bandits operated in remote areas where governmental authority was weak or absent. Disease could devastate caravans, and water sources were not always reliable. Successful merchants required not only capital and commercial acumen, but also detailed knowledge of routes, weather patterns, political situations, and cultural customs across vast regions. The linguistic challenges alone were formidable. A merchant traveling from China to Roman territories might encounter dozens of different languages and need to conduct business in several of them. This created opportunities for individuals with linguistic skills who could serve as translators and cultural intermediaries. Over time, certain languages emerged as lingua francas for particular trade routes. Sogdian became especially important for commerce across Central Asia, while Greek served similar functions in Western regions. The religious diversity encountered along Silk Road routes required considerable cultural sensitivity from merchants and travelers. Buddhist, Zoroastrian, various local shamanic traditions, and emerging Christian communities all coexisted in different regions. Successful traders learned to navigate these religious differences, participating appropriately in local customs while maintaining their own religious practices. This religious diversity contributed to the cosmopolitan character of Silk Road settlements and encouraged attitudes of tolerance that were essential for peaceful commerce. The role of women in early Silk Road trade was more significant than historical records initially suggested. While most long-distance merchants were men, women played crucial roles in local markets, textile production, hospitality services, and family trading enterprises. Some women accompanied trading expeditions, particularly those involving family enterprises or specialized goods, like textiles, where women's expertise was valued. Archaeological evidence suggests that some women achieved considerable wealth and status through trading activities. The impact of climate on Silk Road development cannot be overstated. The period during which these trade networks emerged coincided with relatively favorable climatic conditions that made desert crossings more manageable and supported larger populations in oasis settlements. Water resources were more abundant, agricultural productivity in key regions was higher, and extreme weather events were less frequent than they would become in later periods. Technological innovations both enabled and resulted from Silk Road trade development. Improvements in metallurgy produced better tools and weapons. Advances in textile production created goods more suitable for long-distance transport. Navigation techniques improved, allowing travelers to cross difficult terrain more safely. Most importantly, the development of paper in China and its gradual spread westward revolutionized record-keeping, correspondence, and the transmission of knowledge. The administrative systems required to support transcontinental trade became increasingly sophisticated. Governments developed tax systems that could assess duties on exotic goods whose value was difficult to determine. Legal frameworks emerged to handle disputes between merchants from different cultural backgrounds. Diplomatic protocols were established to protect traveling merchants and resolve conflicts that could disrupt trade relationships. The Han Dynasty's western expansion required enormous financial investment and military commitment. Maintaining garrisons, building fortifications, and supporting administrative posts in remote regions stretched imperial resources. However, the economic returns from increased trade, the strategic advantages of Western alliances, and the prestige associated with controlling transcontinental commerce made these investments attractive to Chinese emperors who sought to expand their realm's influence and wealth. Local rulers in Central Asian kingdoms faced complex decisions about their relationships with expanding Chinese power. Accepting Chinese protection and trading privileges could bring economic benefits and security against nomadic raids. However, it also meant accepting limitations on their independence and potentially alienating other regional powers. The most successful rulers navigated these relationships carefully, maintaining enough autonomy to preserve their legitimacy while gaining sufficient Chinese support to enhance their security and prosperity. The nomadic tribes that controlled much of the territory through which trade routes passed presented both obstacles and opportunities for transcontinental commerce. Their mobility and military skills made them formidable raiders who could devastate merchant caravans. However, they also served as guides, guards, and intermediaries who possessed essential knowledge of local conditions. The most successful trade relationships involved complex negotiations that provided nomadic groups with economic incentives to protect rather than prey upon merchant traffic. Archaeological discoveries continue to reveal the extent and sophistication of these early trade networks. Excavations at sites along historical Silk Road routes have uncovered coins from distant regions, fragments of silk and other textiles, ceramics and glassware that traveled thousands of miles from their origins, and inscriptions in multiple languages that document commercial transactions and cultural exchanges. The Tarim Basin, with its string of oasis settlements, became a crucial corridor for transcontinental trade. Cities like Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan developed into major commercial centers where goods from many regions were exchanged, where different currencies were accepted, and where merchants could find the specialized services required for long-distance trade. These cities developed distinctive cultures that blended influences from China, India, Persia, and various Central Asian traditions. The preservation of organic materials in the dry climate of Central Asia has provided unprecedented insights into the daily lives of Silk Road communities. Textiles, leather goods, wooden artifacts, and even food remains have survived in remarkable condition, allowing archaeologists to reconstruct the material culture of these ancient trading settlements with extraordinary detail. These discoveries reveal the high quality of craftsmanship, the diversity of cultural influences, and the prosperity that transcontinental trade brought to successful communities. The gradual development of standardized weights, measures, and currency systems facilitated increasingly complex commercial relationships. While complete standardization was never achieved across the entire length of trade routes, regional systems became more compatible, and mechanisms for currency exchange became more sophisticated. This infrastructure development was essential for the expansion of trade beyond simple barter relationships to more complex credit and investment arrangements. The establishment of regular diplomatic relationships between distant kingdoms created frameworks within which commercial relationships could flourish. Treaties often included provisions protecting traveling merchants, establishing procedures for resolving disputes, and defining the rights and obligations of foreign traders. These diplomatic foundations were essential for the security and predictability that long-distance commerce required. The timescales involved in transcontinental trade required entirely different business models than local or regional commerce. Merchants might invest in goods that would not generate returns for years. Information about market conditions in distant regions was always outdated by the time it could be acted upon. Success required not only capital and commercial skill, but also patience, courage, and the ability to adapt to constantly changing circumstances. The cultural exchanges that accompanied commercial relationships often proved more lasting and significant than the economic transactions themselves. Artistic techniques, musical instruments, architectural styles, and philosophical ideas spread along trade routes, often taking root in new environments and evolving in unexpected directions. These cultural transfers created the cosmopolitan civilization that would become one of the Silk Road's most distinctive characteristics. The period from the 2nd century BCE to the 2nd century CE witnessed the emergence of transcontinental trade networks that connected civilizations across the largest landmass on Earth. What began as Zhang Qian's diplomatic mission to seek military allies evolved into commercial relationships that transformed economies, cultures, and daily life across vast regions. The infrastructure, institutions, and cultural attitudes that developed during this foundational period would support centuries of subsequent trade and cultural exchange, creating connections between human civilizations that had never before existed on such a scale. The legacy of these early developments extended far beyond their immediate economic impact. The precedent of peaceful relationships between different peoples, the institutions that supported cross-cultural cooperation, and the cosmopolitan attitudes that emerged from regular contact between diverse civilizations establish patterns that would influence human history for centuries to come. In the quiet determination of Zhang Qian, setting out into unknown territories with a small band of companions, lay the seeds of networks that would connect half the world and facilitate exchanges that would reshape human civilization itself. As the 3rd century dawned across the vast expanse of Eurasia, the trade networks that had emerged from those early Chinese diplomatic missions began to mature into something far more sophisticated and extensive than their founders could have imagined. The Parthian Empire, which had served as the crucial Western intermediary during the formative centuries, found itself facing new challenges from an emerging power that would reshape the entire character of transcontinental commerce. In the highlands of Persia, Ardashir IV established the Sassanid dynasty in 224 CE, bringing to power a regime that would not merely continue Parthian trading traditions, but revolutionize them entirely. The Sassanids approached trade with a systematic efficiency that reflected their sophisticated understanding of statecraft and economics. Unlike their Parthian predecessors, who had often relied on loose confederations of local rulers and tribal leaders, the Sassanids created centralized administrative systems specifically designed to maximize the benefits of transcontinental commerce. They established royal warehouses in major trading centers, implemented standardized taxation systems for foreign merchants, and created official positions for trade supervisors who reported directly to the imperial court. Under Sassanid rule, the ancient city of Ctesiphon became more than just a political capital. It evolved into the beating heart of East-West commerce. The royal workshops of Ctesiphon produced silk textiles that rivaled Chinese craftsmanship, incorporating Persian artistic traditions with techniques learned from Eastern merchants. These textiles became highly prized throughout the Mediterranean world, where they were often mistaken for Chinese silk due to their exceptional quality. The Sassanid monopoly on certain luxury goods, particularly their famous pearls from the Persian Gulf, gave them enormous leverage in negotiations with both Eastern and Western trading partners. The Sassanid innovation that perhaps had the most lasting impact on Silk Road commerce was their development of sophisticated credit systems. Recognizing that the enormous distances and timescales involved in transcontinental trade made traditional payment methods impractical, Sassanid merchants pioneered the use of promissory notes that could be honored across vast distances. A merchant departing from Central Asia with a cargo of silk could receive immediate payment in Ctesiphon, against a note that would be honored months later when his goods reached their final destination in Roman territories. This financial innovation required unprecedented levels of trust and communication between trading partners separated by thousands of miles. The Sassanids established networks of commercial agents in major trading cities, individuals who were authorized to make financial commitments on behalf of distant partners. These agents, often members of prominent merchant families, maintained correspondence networks that carried commercial intelligence across continents. Market conditions in Constantinople could influence trading decisions in Samarkand through letter chains that, while slow by modern standards, represented remarkable achievements in long-distance communication. As Sassanid commercial practices spread eastward along the trade routes, they encountered and merged with indigenous trading traditions that had been developing independently across Central Asia. The most remarkable of these were the Sogdian merchants, whose homeland lay in the fertile valleys around modern-day Samarkand and Bukhara. The Sogdians possessed advantages that made them natural intermediaries in transcontinental commerce. Their territory occupied a strategic position along the most efficient routes between East and West. Their society had developed sophisticated commercial customs, and perhaps most importantly, they had cultivated linguistic abilities that allowed them to communicate effectively with peoples across the entire breadth of the trade networks. Sogdian merchants were renowned throughout the ancient world for their linguistic prowess. A successful Sogdian trader might speak Chinese, Persian, various Turkic dialects, Sanskrit and Greek with sufficient fluency to conduct complex business negotiations. This multilingual ability was not merely practical, but cultural. Sogdian society celebrated learning and adaptability, qualities that served them well in the diverse environments of transcontinental trade. Sogdian children were often raised in multilingual households where different languages were associated with different aspects of daily life, creating natural polyglots who could navigate cultural differences with remarkable sensitivity. The Sogdian approach to trade differed significantly from the centralized, state-controlled systems favored by larger empires. Sogdian commerce was organized around family networks that maintained relationships across vast distances through carefully arranged marriages, shared investments, and mutual obligations that transcended simple business partnerships. A Sogdian merchant house might have representatives in Chang'an, Kashgar, Samarkand, Baghdad, and Constantinople simultaneously, all connected by bonds of kinship and mutual interest that ensured reliable cooperation despite the enormous distances involved. These family networks enabled Sogdian merchants to specialize in ways that gave them distinct advantages over competitors. Some families focused on particular types of goods: silk, precious stones, spices, or manufactured items. Others specialized in specific routes or relationships with particular peoples. This specialization allowed them to develop expertise that made them invaluable partners for merchants from other regions who lacked their detailed knowledge of local customs, market conditions, and practical logistics. The Sogdian language itself became a lingua franca for much of the Central Asian portion of the Silk Road. Merchants from widely different cultures found it practical to conduct business in Sogdian, rather than attempt to master multiple local languages. This linguistic dominance reinforced Sogdian commercial advantages and helped to create standardized business practices across regions that might otherwise have operated according to incompatible customs and expectations. While Sogdian merchants were establishing their dominance in Central Asian trade, profound changes were occurring at both ends of the transcontinental networks. In the West, the Roman Empire was undergoing transformations that would fundamentally alter the nature of Eastern trade. The establishment of Constantinople as the New Rome in 330 CE created a new focal point for commerce that was geographically closer to Asian trade routes and culturally more receptive to Eastern influences than the traditional Roman capital. Constantinople's position at the intersection of Europe and Asia made it a natural terminus for goods arriving from the East. The city's magnificent harbours could accommodate the largest merchant vessels, while its location allowed for efficient distribution of Eastern goods throughout European markets. More importantly, Constantinople's rulers understood the strategic value of controlling trade with Asia and were willing to invest heavily in maintaining relationships with Eastern merchants and intermediaries. The Byzantine Empire that emerged from the eastern portions of the Roman Empire brought new perspectives to East-West trade relationships. Unlike earlier Roman authorities, who had often viewed Eastern commerce with suspicion and had attempted to limit the outflow of precious metals to pay for luxury imports, Byzantine rulers recognized trade as a source of imperial strength. They actively encouraged Eastern merchants to establish permanent communities in Constantinople, provided legal protections for foreign traders, and even granted some Eastern merchant families citizenship and official positions within the imperial administration. The most ambitious Byzantine attempt to control Eastern trade involved their efforts to establish direct relationships with silk-producing regions, thereby bypassing Sassanid intermediaries who extracted substantial profits from their middleman position. Byzantine agents traveled eastward along the trade routes, seeking to establish direct contacts with Chinese silk producers, or to discover the secrets of silk production that would allow them to create their own competing industry. The famous story of the monks who smuggled silkworm eggs out of China in hollow bamboo canes reflects Byzantine determination to break Eastern monopolies on crucial luxury goods. Whether this particular tale is historically accurate or legendary, it captures the reality of Byzantine efforts to acquire Eastern technologies and to reduce their dependence on distant suppliers, whose reliability could not be guaranteed. The establishment of silk production in Byzantine territories had profound implications for transcontinental trade relationships. While Byzantine silk never completely replaced Chinese imports, it did provide an alternative source for Western consumers and gave Byzantine authorities additional leverage in their relationships with Eastern suppliers. More importantly, the successful transfer of silk technology demonstrated that the knowledge and techniques that had previously been closely guarded secrets could be transmitted across cultural and linguistic boundaries. As Byzantine authorities were working to establish greater control over western portions of the trade networks, equally significant developments were occurring in China under the Tang dynasty, which came to power in 618 CE. The Tang period represented perhaps the pinnacle of Chinese openness to foreign influences and international trade. Tang emperors actively encouraged foreign merchants to settle in Chinese cities, granted them legal protections and commercial privileges, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted traders from across the known world. The Tang capital of Chang'an became one of the most international cities in the ancient world. Archaeological evidence and contemporary accounts describe neighborhoods where Persian, Arab, Sogdian, and Indian merchants maintained their own communities, complete with temples, schools, and commercial establishments that served their specific cultural needs. The city's western market became famous throughout Asia for the variety and quality of foreign goods available there, while Chinese products destined for export were assembled and prepared for their westward journeys. Tang official records document the remarkable diversity of peoples who participated in this transcontinental commerce. Merchant communities from dozens of different regions maintained permanent representatives in Chang'an, while temporary visitors from even more distant lands appeared regularly in the city's markets. These foreign merchants brought not only goods, but also ideas, technologies, and cultural practices that profoundly influenced Chinese civilization during this period. The Tang government's approach to foreign trade reflected a sophisticated understanding of the economic benefits that international commerce could provide. Rather than viewing foreign merchants as potential threats or sources of cultural contamination, Tang authorities recognized them as valuable contributors to imperial prosperity and sources of useful knowledge. Foreign merchants were granted access to Chinese markets, protection under Chinese law, and opportunities to participate in the broader economic life of the empire. This openness to foreign influence extended beyond commercial relationships to encompass diplomatic, cultural, and technological exchanges. The Tang court welcomed foreign ambassadors, supported the translation of foreign texts into Chinese, and actively sought to acquire useful technologies and knowledge from other civilizations. This receptivity created an environment in which innovation flourished, and new ideas could be tested and refined through contact with diverse perspectives. The major trading cities that emerged along the Central Asian portions of the Silk Road during this golden age each developed distinctive characteristics that reflected their particular positions within the broader network of commerce and cultural exchange. Samarkand, strategically located in the heart of Sogdiana, became renowned for its sophisticated commercial infrastructure and its role as the unofficial capital of transcontinental trade. The city's markets were organized with remarkable efficiency, with different quarters specializing in particular types of goods and services that traveling merchants required. Samarkand's merchant community developed institutions that facilitated complex international transactions. Commercial courts staffed by judges familiar with the trading customs of many different peoples provided venues for resolving disputes between merchants from different cultural backgrounds. Banking houses offered services that included currency exchange, credit arrangements, and the safe storage of valuable goods. Insurance systems, though primitive by modern standards, provided some protection against the numerous risks associated with long-distance trade. The city's workshops became famous throughout the ancient world for their production of goods that combined influences from many different artistic traditions. Samarkand metalworkers incorporated Chinese, Persian, and local Central Asian motifs in their products. Textile producers created fabrics that appealed to diverse international markets by skillfully blending different cultural aesthetic preferences. These products were valuable not only for their intrinsic quality, but also for their ability to appeal to consumers from widely different cultural backgrounds. Bukhara, located on slightly different routes than Samarkand, developed its own specializations and cultural characteristics. The city became particularly important for the trade in precious stones and rare minerals, developing expertise in evaluating, cutting, and setting gems that made Bukharan jewelers highly sought after throughout the trade networks. Bukhara also emerged as a center of learning, with schools and libraries that attracted scholars from many different regions, and that played important roles in preserving and transmitting knowledge across cultural boundaries. The scholarly institutions of Bukhara exemplify the intellectual exchanges that accompanied commercial relationships along the Silk Road. Scholars from China, India, Persia, and the Mediterranean world gathered in Bukharan schools to study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy. These intellectual exchanges often proved as valuable as commercial transactions, as new ideas and techniques were transmitted across vast distances and adapted to local conditions and needs. Kashgar, positioned at the western edge of the Tarim Basin, where routes from China encountered paths leading towards Central Asia and India, developed into a crucial node for the sorting and redistribution of goods moving in multiple directions. The city's merchants became specialists in evaluating goods from many different regions and in matching products with appropriate markets. Kashgar developed sophisticated storage and transportation facilities that could handle the complex logistics of redirecting goods from their original destinations toward markets where demand and prices were more favorable. The commercial practices that developed in Kashgar reflected the city's role as a point of intersection between different regional trading systems. Kashgar merchants became expert in multiple currency systems, measurement standards, and commercial customs. They served as cultural translators who could explain the preferences and requirements of distant markets to producers who had never traveled beyond their local regions. This intermediary role made Kashgar merchants valuable partners for traders from across the transcontinental networks. The banking systems that emerged during this golden age of Silk Road trade represented remarkable innovations in financial technology. The enormous distances and timescales involved in transcontinental commerce made traditional payment methods impractical and dangerous. Carrying large quantities of precious metals across thousands of miles of often dangerous territory was both risky and expensive. The credit systems that developed in response to these challenges created financial instruments that were more sophisticated than those available in many parts of the world until much later periods. The most advanced of these financial innovations were the credit notes that allowed merchants to deposit funds in one city and withdraw equivalent value in distant locations. These instruments required networks of trusted agents, standardized evaluation methods for different currencies and commodities, and sophisticated record-keeping systems that could track complex transactions across vast distances and extended time periods. The development of these systems represented collective achievements by merchant communities that transcended individual business relationships and created infrastructure that benefited all participants in transcontinental trade. Commercial law along the Silk Road evolved through practical necessity rather than theoretical legal scholarship. Merchants from different cultural and legal traditions needed common frameworks for conducting business, resolving disputes, and enforcing agreements. The commercial codes that emerged from this practical necessity often combined elements from multiple legal traditions, creating hybrid systems that were pragmatic rather than doctrinally pure, but that served the practical needs of international commerce. These commercial legal systems were often administered by merchant communities themselves rather than by governmental authorities. Merchant guilds and associations developed their own courts, arbitration procedures, and enforcement mechanisms that could operate across political boundaries and cultural differences. The reputation systems that enforced these commercial codes were remarkably effective. Merchants who violated commercial agreements could find themselves excluded from trading networks that spanned continents, a punishment that could destroy their economic prospects permanently. The technological transfers that occurred during this period had profound long-term consequences for human civilization. The gradual westward movement of papermaking technology from its Chinese origins revolutionized record-keeping, correspondence, and the preservation of knowledge throughout the regions touched by Silk Road trade. Paper was lighter, cheaper, and more versatile than the parchment, papyrus, or wooden tablets that it gradually replaced, making possible new forms of commercial record-keeping and intellectual exchange. The spread of printing technology, though slower and more limited than that of papermaking, similarly had transformative effects on regions where it was adopted. The ability to reproduce texts quickly and accurately facilitated the preservation and transmission of commercial records, legal codes, and scholarly works. Printed materials could travel more easily than scribes, allowing knowledge to spread more rapidly and accurately across the vast distances of the trade networks. Navigation technologies also spread along the trade routes, improving the safety and efficiency of travel across challenging terrain. The magnetic compass, originating in China, gradually spread westward and was adapted for use in different geographical and cultural contexts. Astronomical navigation techniques developed in various regions were shared and refined through contact between travelers from different backgrounds. Maps and geographical knowledge accumulated through centuries of travel were copied, compared, and improved through collaborative efforts that transcended individual expeditions or commercial ventures. The religious diversity that characterized Silk Road cities during this period created environments of remarkable tolerance and cultural exchange. Buddhist monasteries, Zoroastrian fire temples, Christian churches, and various local religious sites often coexisted within the same communities, serving not only the spiritual needs of diverse populations, but also providing practical services that supported commercial activities. Religious institutions often served as banking houses, storage facilities, and centers of education that were essential for the functioning of transcontinental commerce. The tolerance that characterized religious relationships in Silk Road cities was not merely philosophical, but practical. Successful commerce required cooperation between people from different religious backgrounds, and communities that developed reputations for religious intolerance found themselves excluded from trading networks that were essential for their economic prosperity. This practical incentive for tolerance created environments where different religious traditions could coexist peacefully, and where religious exchange and synthesis often occurred. Buddhist institutions played particularly important roles in facilitating Silk Road trade and cultural exchange. Buddhist monasteries provided hospitality for traveling merchants, storage facilities for valuable goods, and educational services that included language instruction and cultural orientation for visitors from distant regions. Buddhist monks, with their emphasis on learning and their frequently multilingual abilities, often served as translators, scribes, and cultural intermediaries who facilitated relationships between merchants from different backgrounds. The role of women in Silk Road trade and society was more complex and significant than traditional historical accounts often suggested. While most long-distance merchants were men, women played crucial roles in many aspects of the commercial activities that supported transcontinental trade. Women managed households and businesses during the extended absences required for long-distance travel. They participated in textile production, which was one of the most important categories of Silk Road trade goods. They often served as cultural intermediaries who could facilitate relationships between their merchant husbands and local communities in foreign trading centers. Some remarkable women achieved prominence as merchants in their own right, managing trading enterprises that spanned vast distances and accumulated considerable wealth. These women often came from established merchant families where they had acquired commercial skills and international connections through their family relationships. Their success depended not only on their commercial abilities, but also on their skills in navigating the complex social and cultural environments of international trade. The participation of women in Silk Road commerce was facilitated by the cosmopolitan character of major trading cities, where diverse cultural traditions created environments that were often more flexible than the societies from which individual merchants originated. In the international quarters of cities like Chang'an, Samarkand, or Constantinople, women from different cultural backgrounds encountered different models of female participation in economic activities, and these encounters sometimes created opportunities for expanded roles that would not have been available in more culturally homogeneous environments. The climate and geographical challenges that confronted Silk Road travelers during this period were formidable and required sophisticated planning and specialized knowledge to overcome safely. The vast deserts of Central Asia presented extreme temperatures, limited water sources, and sandstorms that could disorient travelers and destroy equipment. Desert crossings required careful timing to avoid the most extreme weather conditions, detailed knowledge of oasis locations and water sources, and equipment specifically designed for desert travel. Mountain passes presented different but equally serious challenges. High-altitude travel required acclimatization, specialized equipment for extreme cold, and knowledge of weather patterns that could make passes impassable for months at a time. Avalanches, rock slides, and sudden weather changes posed constant threats to travelers, while the thin air at high altitudes could cause serious health problems for those who were not properly prepared. The seasonal nature of much Silk Road travel created complex logistical challenges that required careful coordination across vast distances. Merchants had to plan their journeys to take advantage of favorable weather conditions in multiple regions, coordinate with suppliers and customers whose schedules were similarly constrained by seasonal factors, and maintain storage and transportation capacity that could accommodate the irregular rhythms of transcontinental commerce. These geographical and climatic challenges created opportunities for specialists who developed expertise in particular aspects of long-distance travel. Professional guides who knew specific routes, weather patterns, and local conditions became valuable members of merchant expeditions. Suppliers who could provide appropriate equipment, animals, and provisions for different types of terrain found steady markets for their services. Communities located at strategic points along major routes developed service industries that catered to the specific needs of transcontinental travelers. The animals that made transcontinental travel possible required specialized knowledge and care that represented significant investments for merchant expeditions. Camels, horses, yaks, and other pack animals each had specific capabilities, requirements, and limitations that had to be understood and accommodated. The breeding, training, and care of these animals became specialized trades that were essential for the functioning of Silk Road commerce. Camel caravans were particularly important for desert crossings, as camels could carry heavy loads across difficult terrain while requiring relatively little water and food. However, camels required specialized handling techniques, specific types of equipment, and careful attention to their health and condition. The knowledge required to manage camel caravans successfully was often passed down through generations of families who specialized in this demanding profession. The development of trade routes during this golden age was influenced by political relationships that were constantly shifting and evolving. Successful merchants had to maintain awareness of political conditions across vast regions and adjust their plans accordingly. Wars, diplomatic disputes, and changes in governmental policies could make established routes dangerous or impassable, requiring alternative arrangements that might be less efficient or more expensive. The most successful merchant communities developed relationships with political authorities that provided some protection against the uncertainties of international politics. These relationships often involved substantial investments in gifts, taxes, and other forms of payment that were essential for maintaining access to crucial trade routes. Merchant communities that failed to cultivate appropriate political relationships could find themselves excluded from essential routes or subjected to discriminatory treatment that made their commercial activities unprofitable. The golden age of Silk Road trade that flourished from the 3rd through 7th centuries represented the maturation of transcontinental commerce into a sophisticated system that connected civilizations across the largest landmass on Earth. The innovations in financial systems, commercial law, transportation technology, and cultural accommodation that emerged during this period created infrastructure that would support international trade and cultural exchange for centuries to come. The cosmopolitan cities that flourished along these routes became centers of learning, artistic creation, and cultural synthesis that enriched human civilization in ways that extended far beyond their immediate commercial functions. In the Arabian Peninsula, as the 7th century dawned, a religious and social transformation was beginning that would reshape not only the lands where it originated, but the entire network of transcontinental trade that had developed over the preceding centuries. The message preached by Muhammad ibn Abdullah in the trading city of Mecca resonated particularly strongly among the merchant communities that formed the backbone of Arabian society. Islam's emphasis on commercial ethics, social justice, and the spiritual equality of all believers created a framework that would prove remarkably compatible with the practical requirements of long-distance trade. The early Muslim community's intimate connection with commerce was evident from its very beginnings. Muhammad himself had been a merchant before his prophetic calling, and his wife Khadija was a successful trader who managed commercial enterprises that extended across the Arabian Peninsula. The Quraysh tribe that dominated Mecca had built their power and prosperity on trade relationships that connected the Arabian Peninsula with the broader networks of transcontinental commerce. When Islam began to spread beyond its original Arabian context, it carried with it commercial expertise and trading relationships that would prove crucial for its expansion along established trade routes. The Muslim armies that began expanding beyond the Arabian Peninsula in the decades following Muhammad's death moved along routes that had been established by centuries of commercial activity. The cities they encountered, Damascus, Baghdad, Samarkand, Bukhara, were already cosmopolitan centers where diverse peoples had learned to coexist and cooperate for mutual economic benefit. The Muslim conquerors, many of whom came from merchant backgrounds themselves, understood the importance of maintaining the commercial relationships that brought prosperity to these cities. The conquest of the Sassanid Empire, completed by 651 CE, brought the Muslim Arabs into direct control of the western portions of the Silk Road networks. Rather than disrupting these established commercial relationships, the new Muslim rulers actively worked to maintain and expand them. They recognized that the wealth and strategic power of their new territories depended heavily on the revenues generated by transcontinental trade, and they implemented policies designed to encourage rather than restrict commercial activity. The early Muslim approach to governing conquered territories reflected a sophisticated understanding of the relationship between religious conversion, political control, and economic prosperity. In most cases, local populations were allowed to maintain their existing religious practices in exchange for paying special taxes, while those who converted to Islam received various economic and social advantages. This pragmatic approach created incentives for conversion while avoiding the social disruption that might have damaged important commercial relationships. The expansion of Muslim control eastward into Central Asia proceeded gradually, often through negotiation and alliance rather than military conquest alone. Local rulers who accepted Muslim sovereignty and nominal conversion to Islam were frequently allowed to maintain their positions and much of their traditional authority. This flexibility proved particularly important in the trading cities of Central Asia, where sudden changes in governance or commercial practices could have disrupted the delicate relationships that sustained transcontinental trade. The Sogdian merchant communities that had dominated Central Asian trade for centuries found the new Muslim order generally compatible with their commercial interests. Islamic commercial law derived from Quranic principles and the example of Muhammad's own trading practices, emphasized honesty, fair dealing, and the fulfillment of contractual obligations. These principles aligned well with the commercial customs that Sogdian merchants had developed through centuries of international trade experience. The conversion of Sogdian merchant families to Islam often occurred gradually and was motivated as much by practical considerations as by religious conviction. Muslim merchants enjoyed certain legal and social advantages that could be valuable in an increasingly Islamic commercial environment. More importantly, conversion to Islam provided access to the expanding networks of Muslim merchants who were extending trade relationships into new regions and developing innovative commercial practices. The establishment of the Abbasid Caliphate in 750 CE marked the beginning of a new era in Silk Road trade that would see unprecedented levels of commercial activity and cultural exchange. The Abbasid capital of Baghdad, strategically located between the Persian Gulf and the overland routes to Central Asia, became a major hub for transcontinental commerce. The city's position allowed it to serve as a point of connection between maritime trade routes that linked the Indian Ocean with the Persian Gulf and the overland routes that continued eastward toward China. The Abbasid caliphs actively promoted trade and economic development as sources of imperial strength and prosperity. They invested heavily in infrastructure projects that improved transportation and communication across their vast territories. Roads were built and maintained, bridges constructed across major rivers, and way stations established at regular intervals along major trade routes. These investments reflected the caliph's understanding that economic prosperity was essential for maintaining political stability and military strength. The Abbasid period witnessed remarkable developments in banking and commercial finance that built upon earlier innovations, while introducing new concepts derived from Islamic legal principles. Islamic law's prohibition of interest created challenges for traditional lending practices, but Muslim legal scholars developed alternative financial instruments that achieved similar practical results while remaining consistent with religious requirements. Partnership arrangements, profit-sharing agreements, and various forms of commercial cooperation provided mechanisms for financing long-distance trade without violating Islamic principles. The development of the Hawala system during this period represented a major innovation in international finance. This system allowed merchants to transfer funds across vast distances without physically moving precious metals or other valuable assets. A merchant in Baghdad could deposit funds with a local banker and receive a coded letter that could be presented to an associate in Samarkand or Chang'an to withdraw equivalent value. This system required networks of trusted agents and sophisticated record keeping, but it greatly reduced the risks and costs associated with long-distance financial transactions. Islamic commercial law developed detailed regulations governing various aspects of international trade. These regulations covered topics such as the formation and enforcement of contracts, the resolution of disputes between merchants from different backgrounds, the standardization of weights and measures, and the protection of foreign traders. The consistency of these regulations across the Islamic world created a predictable legal environment that facilitated trade relationships between distant regions. The institution of the muhtasib, an official responsible for supervising markets and ensuring compliance with commercial regulations, became common in Islamic trading cities. These officials enforced standards for weights and measures, monitored the quality of goods sold in markets, resolved minor commercial disputes, and generally worked to maintain the reputation for fair dealing that was essential for successful international commerce. The muhtasib institution helped create standardized commercial practices across the Islamic world. Muslim merchants began extending trade networks beyond the traditional limits of Silk Road commerce during the Abbasid period. They established trading relationships with regions of Africa that had not previously been integrated into transcontinental networks. They developed maritime routes across the Indian Ocean that connected the Middle East directly with India, Southeast Asia, and eventually China. These expansions created new opportunities for profitable trade, while also spreading Islamic influence into regions far from its original Arabian homeland. The role of Muslim merchants in these expanded trade networks was facilitated by Islamic legal and social institutions that created bonds of trust and mutual obligation between believers from different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. The concept of the Ummah, the community of all Muslims, provided a framework for cooperation that transcended tribal, ethnic, and linguistic differences. Muslim merchants could rely on Islamic legal protections and social obligations, even when trading in distant regions where they were strangers. The scholarly achievements of the Islamic world during this period had profound implications for Silk Road trade and cultural exchange. The translation movement that flourished under Abbasid patronage brought together scholars from many different cultural backgrounds to translate important works from Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other languages into Arabic. This intellectual project not only preserved crucial knowledge that might otherwise have been lost, but also created new syntheses that advanced human understanding in many fields. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad became a center of scholarly activity that attracted intellectuals from across the known world. Scholars from China, India, Central Asia, Persia, and the Mediterranean world gathered there to study, translate, and create new works on topics ranging from mathematics and astronomy to medicine and philosophy. The knowledge produced in this cosmopolitan environment often traveled along the same routes that carried commercial goods, spreading new ideas and techniques across vast distances. The development of paper manufacturing in the Islamic world, based on techniques learned from Chinese prisoners captured after the Battle of Talas in 751 CE, revolutionized record-keeping and scholarly activity throughout the Middle East and Central Asia. Paper was cheaper and more convenient than parchment or papyrus, making possible the mass production of books and documents. This technological innovation facilitated both commercial record-keeping and scholarly communication across the trade networks. Islamic scholars made significant advances in mathematics, particularly in the development of algebra and trigonometry that had practical applications for navigation and commerce. Improved mathematical techniques allowed for more accurate calculation of distances, better navigation across difficult terrain, and more sophisticated financial accounting. These advances were shared with trading partners from other cultural backgrounds, contributing to the general improvement of commercial practices across the entire Silk Road system. The establishment of madrasas, Islamic schools that combined religious education with instruction in practical subjects, created educational institutions along trade routes that served multiple functions. These schools provided education for the children of Muslim merchants and local converts, but they also served as centers of cultural exchange where different intellectual traditions encountered each other. The curriculum of madrasas often included subjects such as mathematics, astronomy, and geography that were directly relevant to commercial activities. The madrasas also served as repositories of knowledge that could be accessed by travelers from different regions. Scholarly libraries associated with these institutions preserved manuscripts and documents that contained valuable information about distant regions, trade routes, commercial practices, and cultural customs. Merchants planning expeditions to unfamiliar territories could consult these resources to prepare for the challenges they would encounter. The influence of Islamic art and architecture on Silk Road cities created a new aesthetic vocabulary that blended Islamic artistic principles with local traditions and influences from other cultures encountered through trade. The geometric patterns and calligraphic decorations that characterized Islamic art could be adapted to local materials and techniques while maintaining their essential character. This artistic synthesis created distinctive regional styles that reflected the cosmopolitan character of Silk Road communities. Islamic architectural innovations, particularly in the construction of mosques, madrasas, and commercial buildings, influenced urban development throughout the trade networks. The use of courtyards, domes, and arches created building styles that were both aesthetically pleasing and well adapted to local climate conditions. These architectural techniques spread along trade routes as Muslim communities were established in new regions, and as local populations adopted Islamic building styles. The decorative arts that flourished in Islamic Silk Road cities often incorporated motifs and techniques learned from other cultures through trade contacts. Persian carpets, Central Asian metalwork, and various forms of textile art showed influences from Chinese, Indian, and Mediterranean artistic traditions. These hybrid art forms appealed to diverse international markets and became valuable trade goods in their own right. The pilgrimage to Mecca, required of all Muslims who could afford to undertake it, created additional networks of travel and communication that complemented and reinforced commercial relationships. Pilgrims traveling to Mecca from distant regions often combined their religious journeys with commercial activities, carrying trade goods to help finance their travels and taking advantage of the contacts they made during the pilgrimage to establish new business relationships. The Hajj routes that developed to accommodate pilgrims from different regions often followed or paralleled established trade routes, creating additional traffic and economic activity along these corridors. Cities that served as gathering points for pilgrims from particular regions developed service industries that catered to both religious and commercial travelers. The international character of the pilgrimage created opportunities for cultural and commercial exchange that extended far beyond the immediate religious purposes of the journey. The networks of personal relationships that developed among Muslims who had shared the experience of pilgrimage provided foundations for trust and cooperation that facilitated commercial activities. Merchants who had met during the Hajj could rely on those relationships when establishing business partnerships or seeking reliable agents in distant regions. The shared experience of pilgrimage created bonds that transcended ethnic, linguistic, and cultural differences. The regional Islamic dynasties that emerged in various parts of the Silk Road networks during the 8th through 10th centuries each contributed unique innovations to the development of transcontinental trade. The Samanids, who controlled much of Central Asia from their capital in Bukhara, actively promoted trade and learning, while maintaining the cosmopolitan character that had made their region crucial for international commerce. Under Samanid rule, Bukhara became not only a major trading center, but also a renowned center of Islamic learning that attracted scholars from throughout the Muslim world. The Samanid court patronized scholars, poets, and artists, while also supporting the commercial activities that brought wealth to their territories. This combination of cultural patronage and commercial promotion created an environment in which both intellectual and economic activities flourished. The Samanid example demonstrated how Islamic rulers could successfully combine religious authority, cultural leadership, and economic development to create prosperous and stable societies. The Ghaznavids, who controlled territories in present-day Afghanistan and northern India, played important roles in extending Islamic influence and trade networks into new regions. Their military campaigns often followed trade routes and resulted in the establishment of new commercial relationships with previously isolated regions. The wealth they acquired through trade helped finance further expansion, while also supporting cultural and artistic activities that enriched Islamic civilization. The development of Islamic commercial practices during this period created lasting institutions and customs that would influence international trade for centuries to come. The emphasis on contractual honesty, fair dealing, and mutual respect that characterized Islamic commercial law provided frameworks for cooperation between merchants from different cultural backgrounds. These principles helped create the trust and predictability that were essential for successful long-distance trade. The integration of Islamic legal principles with practical commercial requirements resulted in commercial codes that were both morally grounded and practically effective. These codes provided mechanisms for resolving disputes, enforcing agreements, and protecting the rights of foreign merchants that were essential for maintaining the international character of Silk Road trade. The consistency of these principles across the Islamic world created a common commercial culture that facilitated trade relationships between distant regions. The religious tolerance that characterized many Islamic trading cities during this period created environments where merchants from different religious backgrounds could operate successfully. While conversion to Islam provided certain advantages, Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, and Buddhist merchants continued to play important roles in transcontinental trade. This practical tolerance reflected the understanding that commercial prosperity depended on maintaining the international relationships that brought wealth to trading communities. The scholarly traditions that developed in Islamic madrasas and libraries included careful study of the knowledge and practices of other cultures encountered through trade. Islamic scholars translated and preserved works from Greek, Persian, Indian, and Chinese sources, often adding their own commentaries and improvements. This intellectual openness contributed to the advancement of knowledge in many fields and facilitated the transmission of useful ideas and techniques across cultural boundaries. The technological innovations that emerged from Islamic scholarly activities often had practical applications for trade and transportation. Improvements in navigation techniques, astronomical instruments, and geographical knowledge made long-distance travel safer and more efficient. Mathematical advances facilitated more accurate accounting and financial calculation. Medical knowledge helped merchants and travelers maintain their health during arduous journeys across challenging terrain. The urban planning principles that developed in Islamic cities created commercial districts that were well organized and efficient while also being aesthetically pleasing. The separation of different types of commercial activity into specialized quarters made it easier for customers to find particular goods and services while also allowing for better regulation of commercial standards. The integration of religious, educational, and commercial facilities created urban environments that served multiple functions effectively. The manuscript tradition that flourished in Islamic centers of learning preserved not only religious and scholarly texts, but also practical manuals dealing with commercial practices, geographical information, and technical knowledge. These manuscripts traveled along trade routes and provided valuable resources for merchants, administrators, and scholars in distant regions. The copying and distribution of manuscripts became a minor industry that supported both scholarly and commercial activities. The diplomatic relationships that Islamic rulers established with non-Muslim powers often included provisions that protected and promoted trade. Treaties with Byzantine, Chinese, and Indian rulers typically included clauses guaranteeing the safety of merchants, establishing procedures for resolving commercial disputes, and defining the rights and obligations of foreign traders. These diplomatic frameworks provided the political stability that was essential for successful long-distance commerce. The influence of Islamic civilization on Silk Road development during the 7th through 10th centuries created lasting changes that extended far beyond the immediate period of Muslim expansion. The commercial practices, legal frameworks, and cultural institutions that emerged during this period provided foundations for continued trade and cultural exchange that would persist through subsequent political changes. The integration of Islamic principles with practical commercial requirements created systems that were both morally grounded and economically effective. The cosmopolitan character that had always characterized successful Silk Road cities was enriched rather than diminished by Islamic influence. The universal principles of Islamic law and the international character of the Muslim community created new opportunities for cooperation across cultural boundaries while preserving the diversity that made these cities centers of innovation and exchange. The synthesis of Islamic and local traditions that occurred in different regions created unique cultural expressions that reflected both religious commitment and commercial practicality. The period of Islamic expansion and transformation along the Silk Road demonstrated the remarkable adaptability of both Islamic civilization and the trading networks that connected distant regions of the world. The successful integration of Islamic principles with existing commercial practices created new opportunities for prosperity and cultural development, while maintaining the international character that had always been essential for transcontinental trade. The institutions and relationships established during this period would provide foundations for continued commercial and cultural exchange through many subsequent centuries of political and social change. As the 13th century dawned across the vast steppes of Mongolia, a child was born who would transform not merely the Silk Road, but the entire course of world history. Temujin, who would later be known as Genghis Khan, entered a world where the great trade routes that connected east and west were fragmented among dozens of competing powers, each extracting taxes and tribute from the merchants who dared to cross their territories. The young Mongol witnessed firsthand the hardships that political fragmentation imposed on trade, as his own people struggled with poverty, partly because they were excluded from the profitable commerce that flowed through their lands without benefiting them. The Mongol way of life on the steppes had prepared them uniquely for the task of unifying the trade routes, though few could have imagined such an outcome during Temujin's youth. Mongol herders were accustomed to traveling vast distances with their animals, navigating by the stars across trackless grasslands, and surviving in harsh conditions with minimal supplies. Their society valued mobility, adaptability, and the practical skills needed for survival in challenging environments. These same qualities would prove invaluable when applied to the conquest and administration of transcontinental trade networks. The Mongol military system that Genghis Khan developed was based on the same principles of mobility and adaptability that governed steppe life. Mongol warriors could travel faster and farther than any conventional army, living off mare's milk and dried meat that required no supply trains. Their tactical flexibility allowed them to adapt to different terrains and enemy strategies with remarkable success. Most importantly, for the future of the Silk Road, the Mongol military organization was designed to incorporate useful individuals and techniques from conquered peoples, rather than simply destroying everything in their path. When Genghis Khan began his campaigns of conquest in the early 13th century, he demonstrated an understanding of the economic importance of trade that distinguished him from many previous conquerors. Rather than viewing merchants as sources of immediate plunder, he recognized them as valuable assets whose activities could generate sustained prosperity for his expanding empire. This perspective would prove crucial for the transformation of transcontinental trade relationships during the period of Mongol dominance. The Mongol conquest of the Western Xia Kingdom in 1209 gave them control over important sections of the Silk Road for the first time. The wealth that flowed through these territories revealed to the Mongols the enormous economic potential of transcontinental trade. More importantly, their interactions with Chinese and Central Asian merchants taught them about the complex systems of credit, currency exchange, and commercial law that made long-distance trade possible. The Mongol assault on the Khwarezmid Empire, launched in 1219 after the massacre of Mongol merchants in Otrar, demonstrated both the terrible consequences of interfering with Mongol trade interests and the economic motivations that increasingly drove Mongol expansion. The systematic destruction of cities like Samarkand and Bukhara temporarily disrupted Central Asian trade, but the Mongols quickly realized that they were destroying the very wealth they sought to control. This recognition led to changes in Mongol policies that would ultimately benefit rather than hinder transcontinental commerce. The Mongol approach to governing conquered territories evolved rapidly as they gained experience with settled populations and complex economic systems. Rather than imposing uniform Mongol customs on diverse peoples, they developed administrative systems that incorporated existing institutions while ensuring Mongol control over essential functions. This pragmatic approach proved particularly important in managing the intricate relationships that sustained transcontinental trade. The concept of religious tolerance that became characteristic of Mongol rule was not merely philosophical, but practical. the Mongols recognized that successful trade required cooperation between peoples of different faiths, and they actively promoted policies that encouraged such cooperation. Mongol rulers often consulted with religious leaders from various traditions and provided protection for pilgrims and religious travelers, who might also serve as merchants or sources of valuable information. The establishment of the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol peace that prevailed across their vast empire during the 13th and 14th centuries, created conditions for transcontinental trade that were unprecedented in their scale and security. For the first time in history, merchants could travel from Europe to China under the protection of a single political authority. The elimination of multiple taxes, tolls, and tribute payments that had previously fragmented trade routes made long-distance commerce dramatically more profitable. The Mongol postal system, known as the Yam, represented one of the most sophisticated communication networks in the pre-modern world. This system established relay stations at regular intervals across the empire, where official messengers could change horses and obtain supplies. The efficiency of this network allowed information to travel across continents faster than ever before, enabling commercial intelligence to reach distant markets while it was still relevant to trading decisions. The Yam system served commercial as well as administrative purposes. Merchants who obtained appropriate permits could use the postal network to transport small, high-value goods and to send commercial correspondence across vast distances. The reliability and speed of Mongol communications gave merchants operating under Mongol protection significant advantages over competitors who relied on slower and less secure methods of long-distance communication. The standardization of weights, measures, and currencies that the Mongols promoted across their empire eliminated many of the technical obstacles that had previously complicated transcontinental trade. While complete uniformity was never achieved, the Mongol preference for practical solutions over local traditions created more consistent commercial standards than had existed during previous periods of political fragmentation. The protection that Mongol authorities provided for foreign merchants attracted traders from many different regions to participate in transcontinental commerce. European merchants, particularly from Italian city-states like Venice and Genoa, began to establish direct trading relationships with Central Asian and Chinese markets for the first time. This European participation brought new capital, new goods, and new commercial techniques to the established Silk Road networks. The most famous of these European travelers was Marco Polo, whose journey to the court of Kublai Khan and subsequent account of his experiences provided unprecedented detailed information about the customs, products, and commercial opportunities of Central Asian and Chinese markets. Marco Polo's family were Venetian merchants who had already established trading relationships in the Eastern Mediterranean and Black Sea regions, giving them the commercial background and financial resources necessary for such an ambitious undertaking. The Polo family's first journey to the East, undertaken by Marco's father Niccolo and uncle Maffeo in the 1260s, had established relationships with Mongol authorities that facilitated their subsequent travels. When they returned to Venice, after an absence of several years, they brought not only exotic goods and fascinating stories, but also an invitation from Kublai Khan for them to return with Christian missionaries and scholars who could contribute to the cosmopolitan court culture that the Mongol ruler was fostering. Marco Polo's journey, beginning in 1271 when he was 17 years old, took the family through the heart of the Silk Road networks under optimal conditions. The Mongol protection they enjoyed meant that they could travel with unprecedented safety while observing the commercial and cultural life of the regions through which they passed. Marco's youth and curiosity led him to record details about local customs, products, and trading practices that more focused commercial travelers might have overlooked. The account that Marco Polo eventually dictated of his travels provided European readers with their first comprehensive description of the lands and peoples encountered along the Silk Road. His descriptions of the wealth and sophistication of Chinese cities, the efficiency of Mongol administration, and the variety of goods available in Eastern markets helped stimulate European interest in direct participation in transcontinental trade. The accuracy of Marco Polo's observations about commercial practices, local products, and trading customs has been largely confirmed by other sources, suggesting that his account, despite its occasional exaggerations, provides reliable information about the conditions that prevailed in the Mongol Empire during its period of greatest prosperity. His descriptions of paper money, coal burning, and various Chinese technologies introduced European readers to innovations that would eventually transform their own societies. The court of Kublai Khan that Marco Polo described represented the pinnacle of Mongol achievement in creating cosmopolitan centers of trade and cultural exchange. The Yuan dynasty that Kublai established in China maintained Chinese administrative traditions while incorporating Mongol values of mobility, adaptability, and openness to foreign influences. This synthesis created an environment that was uniquely favorable to international commerce and cultural exchange. Kublai Khan's capital at Khanbalik, modern Beijing, became one of the most international cities in the world during the late 13th century. The emperor's court included advisors, scholars, and administrators from dozens of different regions and cultural backgrounds. The city's markets offered goods from across the known world, while its workshops produced items that combined influences from many different artistic and technical traditions. The role of women in Mongol society differed significantly from the patterns prevalent in many settled civilizations, and these differences had important implications for trade and administration throughout the Mongol Empire. Mongol women enjoyed greater freedom of movement, more opportunities for economic participation, and more influence in political decisions than women in most contemporary societies. These expanded roles extended to participation in transcontinental trade and the administration of commercial activities. Mongol royal women often controlled substantial commercial enterprises and maintained their own networks of trading relationships. They could own property, make business decisions, and enter into contracts independently. Some Mongol women achieved positions of considerable power and wealth through their commercial activities, demonstrating the opportunities that existed for capable individuals, regardless of gender. The influence of Mongol women in diplomatic and administrative affairs also affected commercial relationships. Female members of the imperial family often served as intermediaries in negotiations with foreign rulers and merchants. Their participation in diplomatic activities helped establish the personal relationships that were essential for successful long-distance trade during this period. The technological and agricultural innovations that flourished under Mongol rule were often the result of the cultural exchanges that the Mongols actively promoted. The Mongol practice of relocating skilled craftsmen, scholars, and administrators across their empire created opportunities for the sharing of knowledge and techniques that might otherwise have remained localized. This forced migration, while often traumatic for the individuals involved, resulted in unprecedented levels of technological transfer and innovation. Chinese innovations in printing, gunpowder, and navigation spread westward under Mongol auspices, while Islamic advances in mathematics, astronomy, and medicine moved eastward. Agricultural techniques developed in one region were tested and adapted in different climatic and geographical conditions. Artistic and architectural styles combined influences from widely separated cultures to create new synthetic forms that reflected the cosmopolitan character of the Mongol Empire. The agricultural innovations promoted by Mongol rulers often focused on crops and techniques that could support larger populations and generate surpluses for trade. The introduction of new crop varieties, improved irrigation systems, and more efficient farming methods increased agricultural productivity in many regions. These improvements provided the food surpluses necessary to support the urban populations that sustained transcontinental commerce. The Mongol emphasis on practical utility over traditional customs led to the adoption of technologies and administrative practices based on their effectiveness rather than their cultural origins. This pragmatic approach accelerated the spread of useful innovations across cultural boundaries and contributed to the general advancement of human knowledge and capability throughout the regions under Mongol control. However, the same interconnectedness that allowed beneficial innovations to spread rapidly across the Mongol Empire also facilitated the transmission of diseases that had devastating consequences for populations throughout Eurasia. The Black Death, which began spreading westward from Central Asia in the 14th century, traveled along the same trade routes that carried silk, spices, and precious metals. The disease reached Europe via the very commercial networks that had brought unprecedented prosperity to transcontinental trade. The plague's impact on Silk Road trade was catastrophic and lasting. Entire communities of merchants and craftsmen were decimated, disrupting the personal relationships and specialized knowledge that transcontinental commerce required. Cities that had served as crucial nodes in the trading networks experienced massive population losses that undermined their economic and cultural vitality. The fear of disease made many regions reluctant to maintain the open borders and extensive contact with foreigners that had characterized the period of Mongol peace. The demographic catastrophe caused by the plague occurred at a time when the Mongol Empire was already beginning to fragment due to succession disputes and the practical difficulties of governing such vast territories. The combination of political instability and disease-related population loss created conditions that made the maintenance of transcontinental trade networks increasingly difficult and expensive. The gradual decline of unified Mongol power during the late 13th and 14th centuries resulted from factors that extended beyond the immediate impacts of disease and succession disputes. The Mongol military system that had been so effective for conquest proved less well adapted to the long-term administration of settled territories. The cultural differences between Mongol rulers and their subjects created tensions that were difficult to resolve, particularly as subsequent generations of Mongol leaders became more assimilated to local customs and less connected to their steppe origins. The fragmentation of the Mongol Empire into separate khanates, each pursuing its own interests and policies, recreated many of the political obstacles that had previously hindered transcontinental trade. Merchants once again faced multiple authorities, varying commercial regulations, and the possibility of conflicts between different Mongol rulers that could disrupt established trading relationships. Despite these challenges, the cultural and institutional legacies of the Mongol period continued to influence Silk Road trade and cultural exchange long after the empire's political fragmentation. The precedent of transcontinental political unity, the commercial practices developed during the period of Mongol peace, and the cultural syntheses that had emerged from unprecedented levels of contact between different peoples all provided foundations for continued interaction across the trade networks. The influence of Mongol culture on the regions they had ruled was profound and lasting. Mongol dietary preferences introduced new foods and cooking techniques to settled populations. Mongol clothing styles, adapted to local climates and materials, influenced fashion across Eurasia. Mongol administrative practices, legal concepts, and diplomatic customs were incorporated into the governmental systems of many successor states. The Mongol period had demonstrated that transcontinental trade could reach unprecedented levels when political obstacles were removed and when rulers actively promoted commercial activity. This lesson was not forgotten by subsequent rulers who sought to revive the prosperity that had characterized the period of Mongol peace. The institutional innovations, commercial practices, and cultural attitudes that had developed during the Mongol era provided models that could be adapted to different political circumstances. The artistic traditions that emerged from the cultural exchanges promoted by Mongol rule created lasting influences on the development of art, architecture, and decorative crafts throughout the regions that had been part of the empire. The Mongol court's patronage of artists and craftsmen from many different cultural backgrounds resulted in artistic syntheses that combined elements from Chinese, Islamic, Persian, and European traditions in innovative ways. The manuscript traditions that flourished under Mongol patronage preserved not only artistic achievements, but also practical knowledge about commercial practices, geographical information, and technological innovations. These manuscripts, produced in the multilingual and multicultural environment of Mongol courts, often combined information from many different sources and represented collaborative efforts by scholars from various backgrounds. The diplomatic practices developed during the Mongol period established precedents for international relations that influenced subsequent interactions between different political entities. The Mongol emphasis on practical utility over protocol, their willingness to employ foreign advisors and administrators, and their promotion of cultural exchange created models for international cooperation that continue to influence diplomatic practices long after the Mongol Empire's dissolution. The commercial law that evolved under Mongol rule incorporated elements from various legal traditions, while emphasizing the practical requirements of transcontinental trade. The Mongol preference for resolving disputes through negotiation rather than rigid adherence to precedent created flexible legal frameworks that could accommodate the diverse customs and expectations of international trading communities. The urban planning and architectural innovations that characterized Mongol cities influenced the development of trading centers throughout the regions they had controlled. The Mongol preference for cities that could accommodate diverse populations, facilitate commerce, and adapt to changing circumstances created urban models that were well suited to the requirements of transcontinental trade. The religious tolerance that had characterized Mongol rule left lasting influences on the cultural development of many regions. The precedent of peaceful coexistence between different religious traditions created environments where cultural exchange could continue even after the political unity of the Mongol Empire had ended. The religious diversity that had flourished in Mongol cities continued to characterize many Silk Road trading centers long after Mongol political control had ended. The educational institutions that had developed under Mongol patronage continued to serve as centers of learning and cultural exchange after the empire's fragmentation. The tradition of multilingual education, the emphasis on practical knowledge, and the promotion of cultural exchange that had characterized Mongol educational policies influenced scholarly development throughout the former empire for generations. The period of Mongol dominance over the Silk Road networks represented a unique moment in human history when political unity, cultural tolerance, and commercial innovation combined to create conditions for unprecedented levels of transcontinental exchange. While this political unity proved temporary, the cultural, technological, and institutional innovations that emerged during the Mongol period provided lasting foundations for continued interaction between the civilizations of Eurasia. The legacy of the Mongol Empire would continue to influence the development of international trade and cultural exchange long after the empire itself had become a memory preserved in the accounts of travelers like Marco Polo and in the cultural traditions of the peoples who had experienced the remarkable phenomenon of the Pax Mongolica. Even as the great overland routes of the Silk Road were reaching their zenith under Mongol protection, alternative pathways for transcontinental trade were quietly developing across the vast expanses of the Indian Ocean. These maritime networks, which had existed in rudimentary forms for centuries, began to mature into sophisticated systems of commerce that would eventually challenge and in many cases supersede the ancient caravan routes that had connected east and west for over a millennium. The transformation from land-based to sea-based trade represented one of the most significant shifts in the history of international commerce, driven by technological innovations, economic advantages, and the changing political landscape that made overland travel increasingly difficult and dangerous. The development of Indian Ocean trade networks had been progressing gradually, since at least the 1st century CE, when Arab and Indian merchants had established regular sailing patterns that took advantage of the predictable monsoon winds. These early maritime traders discovered that they could sail from the Arabian Peninsula to India during one monsoon season and return during the opposite monsoon, carrying goods between regions that were separated by thousands of miles of often dangerous overland routes. This seasonal rhythm of maritime trade would become the foundation for increasingly complex commercial relationships that eventually spanned the entire Indian Ocean basin. The geographical advantages of maritime trade were compelling for merchants who dealt in goods that were both valuable and relatively compact. Spices, precious stones, fine textiles, and aromatic woods could be transported by ship in much larger quantities than was practical for overland caravans, while the risks associated with sea travel, though different from those encountered on land routes, were often more manageable and predictable. Ships could carry provisions for extended voyages, were less vulnerable to bandits and political conflicts, and could avoid many of the taxes and tolls that made overland trade increasingly expensive. Arab merchants, building on their experience with desert navigation and their familiarity with astronomical observation, proved particularly adept at developing the skills required for long-distance ocean navigation. Their knowledge of seasonal wind patterns, their ability to read celestial navigation markers, and their sophisticated understanding of commercial practices made them natural leaders in the development of Indian Ocean trade networks. Arab trading communities established permanent settlements in ports throughout the Indian Ocean, creating networks of commercial relationships that paralleled and eventually began to compete with the overland Silk Road routes. The role of Indian merchants in developing maritime trade was equally crucial, as they possessed intimate knowledge of the monsoon patterns that governed Indian Ocean sailing, and had established trading relationships with the spice-producing regions of Southeast Asia that would become central to maritime commerce. Indian merchants had been sailing to Southeast Asia, China, and the Arabian Peninsula for centuries, carrying cotton textiles, precious stones, and spices that were highly valued in distant markets. Their commercial expertise and geographical knowledge made them essential partners for merchants from other regions who sought to participate in maritime trade. The technological innovations that made long-distance ocean navigation safer and more efficient developed gradually through the accumulated experience of many different maritime communities. Improvements in shipbuilding techniques allowed for the construction of larger, more seaworthy vessels that could carry substantial cargoes while withstanding the stresses of ocean travel. The development of more sophisticated sail configurations enabled ships to take better advantage of prevailing winds, while improvements in hull design made vessels both faster and more stable in rough seas. The magnetic compass, originally developed in China for terrestrial navigation, proved invaluable for ocean navigation when adapted for maritime use. This instrument allowed navigators to maintain accurate bearings even when clouds obscured the sun and stars that had previously been essential for navigation. The adoption of the compass by Indian Ocean navigators represented a crucial technological advance that made long-distance sea travel significantly safer and more reliable. Astronomical navigation techniques also became increasingly sophisticated as maritime communities shared knowledge and experience across cultural boundaries. Arab navigators developed detailed star charts and computational methods that allowed for precise position finding in the open ocean. Indian and Chinese navigators contributed their own astronomical knowledge and mathematical techniques, creating a synthesis of navigation science that was more advanced than any single cultural tradition could have achieved independently. The development of detailed charts and sailing directions represented another crucial innovation that facilitated the expansion of maritime trade. These documents, often closely guarded commercial secrets, contained information about wind patterns, current flows, safe harbors, and navigational hazards that was essential for successful long-distance voyaging. The gradual accumulation and refinement of this geographical knowledge made maritime trade increasingly accessible to merchants who lacked extensive personal experience with ocean navigation. The spice trade became the driving force behind much of the expansion in Indian Ocean commerce, as these lightweight, high-value goods were ideally suited to maritime transport and commanded enormous profits in distant markets. The spice islands of Southeast Asia, particularly the Moluccas, became legendary among merchants throughout the Indian Ocean region for their production of nutmeg, cloves, and other aromatic spices that were unavailable anywhere else in the world. The monopolistic control that these islands enjoyed over certain spice varieties created opportunities for extraordinary profits that justified the risks and expenses associated with long-distance maritime trade. The economics of the spice trade were fundamentally different from those that governed most overland Silk Road commerce. While overland trade often involved goods that were valuable but not necessarily rare, the spice trade dealt in commodities that were both extremely valuable and available only from very specific geographical locations. This combination of high value and limited supply created opportunities for profits that could be enormous for successful merchants. But it also created risks that could be devastating for those whose ventures failed. The seasonal nature of maritime trade in the Indian Ocean created commercial rhythms that were quite different from those that characterized overland trade. Merchants had to coordinate their activities with the monsoon patterns that determined when sailing was possible, often resulting in periods of intense activity, followed by months of waiting for favorable winds. This seasonal rhythm required different types of commercial organization and financial planning than were necessary for overland trade, where travel could potentially occur throughout most of the year. Chinese participation in Indian Ocean trade expanded dramatically during the Song Dynasty period, when Chinese shipbuilding technology and navigation skills reached levels that made long-distance ocean voyaging both practical and profitable. Chinese ships grew larger and more sophisticated, incorporating innovations such as watertight compartments, efficient rudder systems, and multiple mast configurations that made them among the most advanced vessels in the world. Chinese merchants began establishing trading relationships throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean, often serving as intermediaries between different regional trading networks. The most spectacular demonstration of Chinese maritime capabilities occurred during the early 15th century under the Ming dynasty, when Admiral Zheng He led a series of massive naval expeditions that reached Southeast Asia, India, the Persian Gulf, and the eastern coast of Africa. These expeditions, known as the treasure fleets, included hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of crew members, representing perhaps the largest maritime expeditions in human history up to that time. Zheng He's expeditions served multiple purposes that reflected the complex motivations driving Chinese engagement with maritime trade. The fleets were intended to demonstrate Chinese power and technological superiority to foreign rulers, to establish diplomatic relationships that would acknowledge Chinese supremacy, and to gather intelligence about distant regions and their commercial possibilities. However, they also served important commercial functions, as the fleets carried substantial quantities of Chinese goods for trade and returned with exotic products from the regions they visited. The scale and sophistication of Zheng He's expeditions astonished the peoples they encountered throughout the Indian Ocean region. The largest Chinese ships were reportedly over 400 feet in length, making them far larger than any vessels that most foreign observers had ever seen. The fleets included specialized ships for different functions, treasure ships that carried goods and diplomatic gifts, troop transports for military personnel, supply vessels for provisions and fresh water, and smaller patrol boats for reconnaissance and communication. The diplomatic and commercial impact of Zheng He's expeditions extended far beyond their immediate duration. Chinese technological superiority and organizational capabilities impressed rulers throughout the Indian Ocean region, leading many to establish formal diplomatic relationships with the Chinese imperial court. These diplomatic connections often included commercial privileges that benefited Chinese merchants who continued to trade in these regions long after the treasure fleets had departed. However, the Chinese decision to abandon large-scale maritime expeditions after the 1430s reflected changing priorities and financial constraints that would have profound implications for the future development of Indian Ocean trade. The Ming court, facing military threats from northern nomadic peoples and concerned about the enormous costs of maintaining such expeditions, chose to focus resources on land-based defences rather than maritime expansion. This withdrawal created opportunities for other maritime powers to fill the vacuum left by Chinese departure from active involvement in Indian Ocean commerce. The withdrawal of Chinese state-sponsored maritime expeditions coincided with increasing European interest in finding alternative routes to Asian markets. European merchants, particularly those from Italian city-states like Venice and Genoa, had grown wealthy through their participation in the Eastern trade that reached Europe via Middle Eastern intermediaries. However, the political instabilities that increasingly affected overland routes and the high costs imposed by multiple intermediaries created strong incentives for Europeans to seek direct access to Asian markets. The Crusades, beginning in the late 11th century, had profound and complex effects on East-West commercial relations that extended far beyond their immediate military and religious objectives. While the Crusades created periods of conflict and instability that disrupted some trading relationships, they also increased European knowledge of Eastern goods and markets, while creating new opportunities for commercial exchange. European crusaders encountered luxury goods, architectural techniques, and cultural practices that stimulated demand for Eastern products in European markets. The Italian merchant communities that established themselves in Crusader territories developed commercial expertise and trading relationships that would prove valuable long after the Crusader states had been reconquered by Muslim forces. Venetian and Genoese merchants, in particular, gained extensive experience with Eastern trade and established networks of commercial relationships that enabled them to continue profitable trade even when political circumstances changed. These merchants became intermediaries who brought Eastern goods to European markets while developing the commercial techniques and financial resources that would later support more ambitious trading ventures. The commercial privileges that Italian merchants obtained in various Eastern territories during the Crusader period created precedents for the trading agreements that would later govern European participation in Asian commerce. These agreements typically granted foreign merchants specific legal protections, designated areas for their commercial activities, and established procedures for resolving disputes that might arise between merchants from different cultural backgrounds. The experience gained in negotiating and implementing such agreements proved valuable when European merchants later sought access to more distant Asian markets. The growth of European demand for Eastern goods during and after the Crusader period created market opportunities that justified increasingly ambitious commercial ventures. European consumers developed tastes for spices, silk, precious stones, and other Eastern luxury goods that could command substantial profits for merchants who could supply them. This growing demand, combined with the increasing costs and risks associated with overland routes, created strong incentives for developing alternative trading pathways that could provide more direct and reliable access to Eastern markets. Islamic maritime law, which developed through the practical experience of Muslim merchants engaged in Indian Ocean trade, created legal frameworks that facilitated commercial relationships between merchants from different cultural and religious backgrounds. These legal systems addressed issues such as the formation and enforcement of commercial contracts, the resolution of disputes between trading partners, the protection of foreign merchants, and the establishment of standard commercial practices that could be understood and accepted by diverse trading communities. the development of Islamic commercial law for maritime trade drew on both Islamic legal principles and the practical requirements of ocean commerce. Islamic legal scholars worked to reconcile religious requirements with the commercial practices that were necessary for successful long-distance trade. This process resulted in legal frameworks that were both religiously acceptable to Muslim merchants and practically effective for the complex commercial relationships that characterized Indian Ocean trade. The institution of commercial courts that specialized in maritime trade disputes became common in major Indian Ocean ports during this period. These courts, often staffed by judges who had experience with both Islamic law and the practical requirements of international commerce, provided venues for resolving conflicts that might otherwise have disrupted important trading relationships. The decisions rendered by these courts helped establish precedents and standard practices that facilitated commerce throughout the Indian Ocean region. Islamic maritime commercial practices also included sophisticated systems for financing long-distance trade ventures. Partnership arrangements, profit-sharing agreements, and various forms of commercial insurance provided mechanisms for spreading the risks associated with ocean trade, while ensuring that successful ventures could generate appropriate returns for all participants. These financial innovations were often more flexible and better adapted to the specific requirements of maritime trade than the commercial practices that had developed for overland commerce. The gradual shift of economic power from Central Asian overland routes to coastal maritime centers represented one of the most significant transformations in the history of international trade. Cities that had prospered as nodes in the overland Silk Road networks found their commercial importance declining as merchants increasingly chose sea routes that were faster, cheaper, and often safer than traditional land routes. This transformation had profound social, cultural, and political implications for the regions that had previously depended on overland trade for their prosperity. The rise of maritime trade centers created new opportunities for wealth and cultural development in coastal regions that had previously been peripheral to the main currents of international commerce. Ports such as Hormuz, Calicut, Malacca, and others became cosmopolitan centers that attracted merchants, scholars, and craftsmen from throughout the Indian Ocean region. These cities developed distinctive cultures that reflected their roles as meeting points for diverse peoples and traditions. The technological advantages of maritime transport became increasingly apparent as shipbuilding and navigation techniques continued to improve. Ships could carry much larger cargoes than caravans, could travel faster over long distances, and were less vulnerable to political disruptions that might affect overland routes. The seasonal rhythms of maritime trade, governed by monsoon patterns, proved more predictable than the variable conditions that affected overland travel, allowing merchants to plan their activities with greater precision. The environmental advantages of sea routes also became more significant as overland routes faced increasing challenges from climate change, political instability, and banditry. Drought conditions could make desert crossings more dangerous, while political conflicts could close important mountain passes for extended periods. Maritime routes, while subject to their own weather-related risks, were generally less vulnerable to such disruptions and offered alternative pathways that could be used when specific routes became temporarily impassable. The commercial advantages of maritime trade were particularly pronounced for goods that were both valuable and bulky relative to their worth. Spices, which had been among the most important commodities in overland trade, were ideally suited to maritime transport because they were lightweight, compact, and extremely valuable. However, maritime trade also made it economical to transport goods such as textiles, ceramics, and even some foodstuffs that had been impractical for overland caravans. The development of maritime trade networks also facilitated the emergence of new types of commercial specialization. Merchants could focus on particular routes, specific types of goods, or specialized services such as shipping, insurance, or currency exchange. This specialization allowed for greater efficiency and expertise, while creating more complex but more flexible commercial networks than had been possible with the more generalized approach that characterized much overland trade. The cultural consequences of the shift from overland to maritime trade were as significant as the economic changes. Maritime trade created different patterns of cultural contact and exchange than had characterized the overland routes. Port cities became melting pots where diverse cultures encountered each other in concentrated urban environments, often resulting in rapid cultural innovation and synthesis. The cosmopolitan character of these maritime trading centers created environments that were particularly conducive to intellectual exchange and artistic creativity. The religious implications of this transformation were also noteworthy. While overland trade routes had often followed pathways that connected established religious centers, maritime trade created new patterns of religious contact and influence. Islamic merchants played particularly important roles in spreading their faith to new regions through maritime trade networks, often establishing Muslim communities in distant ports that served as centers for further religious expansion. The educational and scholarly institutions that developed in maritime trading centers reflected the international character of these communities. Schools and libraries in ports such as Malacca, Calicut, and others became repositories of knowledge from many different cultural traditions. Scholars from various backgrounds gathered in these centers to study, translate texts, and create new syntheses of knowledge that drew on multiple intellectual traditions. The artistic and architectural traditions that emerged in maritime trading centers showed influences from the many different cultures that participated in Indian Ocean commerce. Local building styles incorporated elements from Islamic, Chinese, Indian, and other traditions, creating distinctive regional syntheses that reflected the cosmopolitan character of these commercial centers. Decorative arts, textile traditions, and other forms of cultural expression similarly showed the influence of extensive cultural contact and exchange. The technological innovations that developed in maritime trading centers often represented collaborative efforts by craftsmen and scholars from different cultural backgrounds. Improvements in shipbuilding, navigation, and commercial practices frequently resulted from the sharing of knowledge and techniques between people who brought different types of expertise to common problems. This collaborative approach to technological development accelerated innovation and created solutions that were more sophisticated than any single cultural tradition might have achieved independently. The transformation from overland to maritime trade also had important implications for the role of women in commercial activities. While most long-distance sea voyages were undertaken by men, women played important roles in the coastal trading communities that supported maritime commerce. Women often managed businesses during the extended absences of male family members, participated in local and regional trade, and sometimes accumulated substantial wealth and influence through their commercial activities. The financial and commercial institutions that developed to support maritime trade were often more sophisticated than those that had served overland commerce. The longer duration of sea voyages, the larger scale of maritime commercial ventures, and the more complex risks associated with ocean trade required new types of financial instruments and commercial arrangements. Banking houses, insurance systems, and credit mechanisms that emerged in maritime trading centers represented significant innovations in commercial organization. The political implications of the shift to maritime trade were equally significant. Coastal regions and island territories that controlled strategic sea routes gained political importance that often exceeded their size or population. Control of key ports, straits, and harbors became crucial for maintaining political and economic power, leading to new patterns of conflict and cooperation that differed significantly from those that had characterized the era of overland trade dominance. The decline of overland routes was not immediate or complete, as some goods in some regions continued to depend on caravan trade long after maritime alternatives had become available. However, the gradual reduction in the volume and importance of overland trade had profound consequences for the Central Asian regions. that had prospered during the Great Age of the Silk Road. Many of these areas experienced economic decline, population loss, and cultural stagnation as the commercial activities that had sustained them moved to coastal regions and maritime routes. The transition from overland to maritime trade represented more than just a change in transportation methods. It marked a fundamental shift in the geography of international commerce and cultural exchange. The ancient Silk Road networks that had connected civilizations across the Eurasian landmass for over a millennium gradually gave way to new patterns of interaction that were centered on ocean basins rather than continental corridors. This transformation would have lasting implications for global development, creating new opportunities for some regions while diminishing the importance of others and establishing patterns of international trade that would persist into the modern era. Along the western shores of the Iberian Peninsula, where the Atlantic Ocean stretched endlessly toward unknown horizons, a new chapter in the story of transcontinental trade was beginning to unfold. The Portuguese, pressed against the sea by the Spanish kingdoms to their east and inspired by a combination of religious fervor, commercial ambition, and technological innovation, began to contemplate possibilities that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations. Prince Henry the Navigator, working from his court at Sagres in the early 15th century, gathered around him a remarkable collection of cartographers, navigators, shipbuilders, and scholars who shared his vision of finding new pathways to the wealth of the East. The Portuguese understanding of geography, while limited by the knowledge available to 15th century Europeans, included enough accurate information about the shape of Africa and the extent of the Indian Ocean to make the concept of an all-water route to Asia seem plausible. Portuguese navigators had been gradually working their way down the African coast for decades, establishing trading posts and gathering information about winds, currents, and geographical features that would be essential for longer voyages. Each expedition pushed a little farther south, adding to the accumulated knowledge that would eventually make possible the circumnavigation of Africa. The technological innovations that Portuguese shipbuilders and navigators developed during this period of exploration were crucial for the success of their eventual breakthrough to Asian markets. The caravel, a ship design that combined the best features of Mediterranean and Atlantic sailing traditions, proved ideally suited to the demands of long-distance ocean exploration. These vessels were large enough to carry substantial supplies for extended voyages, maneuverable enough to handle the varied wind and weather conditions encountered along the African coast, and sturdy enough to withstand the stresses of ocean travel in unfamiliar waters. Portuguese navigation techniques, building on earlier Islamic and Italian innovations while incorporating new Portuguese discoveries, reached levels of sophistication that made accurate long-distance ocean navigation possible for the first time. The development of improved astrolabes, the compilation of detailed tables for celestial navigation, and the creation of increasingly accurate charts enabled Portuguese navigators to determine their position with remarkable precision, even when far from any familiar landmarks. The commercial motivations that drove Portuguese exploration were closely connected to their understanding of the wealth that flowed through existing trade networks connecting Europe with Asia. Portuguese merchants were well aware of the enormous profits that Italian intermediaries earned by bringing Eastern goods to European markets, and they recognized that direct access to Asian sources could eliminate these expensive middlemen while providing Portugal with unprecedented commercial opportunities. When Vasco da Gama finally succeeded in reaching India by sailing around the Cape of Good Hope in 1498, he accomplished more than a remarkable feat of navigation. He established the first direct maritime connection between Europe and the established trading networks of the Indian Ocean. Da Gama's arrival in Calicut brought Portuguese merchants into direct contact with the sophisticated commercial systems that Arab, Indian, and other merchants had been developing for centuries, creating opportunities for European participation in Asian trade that had never before existed. The initial Portuguese encounters with Indian Ocean trading communities revealed both the opportunities and the challenges that would characterize European involvement in Asian commerce. The existing merchants were initially skeptical of these newcomers who arrived with unfamiliar goods and limited knowledge of local commercial customs. However, the Portuguese possessed certain advantages, particularly their advanced military technology and their willingness to use force when necessary, that enabled them to establish themselves despite their initial disadvantages. The goods that da Gama brought from Europe proved less valuable in Indian markets than the Portuguese had hoped, reflecting their limited understanding of Asian commercial preferences and the sophisticated tastes of consumers who already had access to high-quality products from throughout the Indian Ocean region. However, the Portuguese quickly learned to adapt their commercial strategies, focusing on goods that were genuinely in demand, while also learning to participate in the existing patterns of regional trade that connected different parts of the Indian Ocean system. The establishment of Portuguese trading posts and fortified bases throughout the Indian Ocean represented a new model of European commercial expansion that combined trade with territorial control and military dominance. Unlike earlier patterns of international commerce that had generally operated through negotiation and mutual agreement, the Portuguese approach relied heavily on superior naval technology and the willingness to use military force to secure commercial advantages. Portuguese naval supremacy in the Indian Ocean during the early 16th century was based on technological advantages that gave their ships decisive superiority over local vessels in combat situations. Portuguese cannon, improved ship design, and disciplined naval tactics enabled relatively small Portuguese fleets to defeat much larger local forces and to impose Portuguese control over strategic ports and sea routes. This military dominance provided the foundation for Portuguese commercial expansion throughout the region. The impact of Portuguese entry into Indian Ocean trade on existing commercial networks was profound and often disruptive. Traditional merchants who had operated according to established customs and agreements suddenly found themselves dealing with competitors who possessed superior military capabilities and who were willing to use force to secure commercial advantages. Many established trading relationships were disrupted, while new patterns of commerce emerged that reflected Portuguese interests and priorities. Spanish exploration of alternative routes to Asia, motivated by similar commercial and technological factors as Portuguese expansion, but proceeding in different geographical directions, resulted in even more dramatic consequences for global trade patterns. Christopher Columbus's 1492 voyage, while failing in its immediate objective of reaching Asia by sailing westward, revealed the existence of previously unknown continents that would eventually provide enormous wealth for Spanish exploitation. The Spanish conquest of the Americas, particularly their discovery and exploitation of massive silver deposits in Peru and Mexico, introduced new elements into Asian trade networks that would have far-reaching implications for commercial relationships throughout the Indian Ocean region. Spanish silver, extracted from American mines using forced labor systems of unprecedented scale and brutality, began flowing across the Pacific to Asian markets, where it was eagerly sought by merchants who valued silver as a medium of exchange and store of value. The Manila galleon trade that connected Spanish America with the Philippines and Chinese markets represented a new pattern of transcontinental commerce that bypassed entirely the traditional overland routes of the Silk Road. Spanish ships carried American silver across the Pacific to Manila, where it was exchanged for Chinese silk, porcelain, and other goods that were then transported back across the Pacific to America and eventually to European markets. This trans-Pacific trade route created direct connections between Asia and the Americas that had never before existed. The influx of American silver into Asian markets had profound effects on existing commercial relationships and price structures throughout the region. Chinese merchants, in particular, were eager to obtain silver, which was more highly valued in China than in other parts of the world due to Chinese monetary policies and the demands of the Chinese tax system. The availability of large quantities of American silver enabled Spanish merchants to purchase Asian goods on a scale that would not have been possible using European products alone. The rise of European trading companies during the late 16th and early 17th centuries represented a new form of commercial organization that combined private investment with governmental authority in ways that had never before been attempted. The Dutch East India Company, established in 1602, and the English East India Company, chartered in 1600, were given monopolistic rights to trade in their respective spheres, while also being granted political and military authority that enabled them to function as quasi-governmental entities in the regions where they operated. The Dutch East India Company, in particular, developed into one of the most powerful commercial organizations in human history, with its own military forces, governmental authority, and the ability to negotiate treaties and wage wars on behalf of the Dutch state. The company's systematic approach to eliminating competition and controlling key trade routes enabled it to achieve a degree of commercial dominance that had never before been possible for a private organization. The methods that the Dutch East India Company employed to establish and maintain its commercial dominance often involved the use of military force against both European competitors and local rulers who resisted Dutch commercial demands. The company's willingness to use violence to secure commercial advantages marked a significant departure from earlier patterns of international trade that had generally operated through negotiation and mutual agreement rather than coercion and military conquest. The English East India Company, while initially less militarily aggressive than its Dutch counterpart, gradually developed similar capabilities and employed comparable methods to secure its commercial interests in regions where it operated. The company's evolution from a purely commercial organization into a territorial power that controlled vast regions of India illustrated the ways in which European trading companies could transform themselves into governmental entities when circumstances permitted. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire's control of the remaining overland routes between Europe and Asia created new challenges and opportunities for transcontinental trade. The Ottomans, who had conquered Constantinople in 1453 and subsequently expanded their control over much of the eastern Mediterranean and the routes leading to Central Asia, implemented taxation and regulatory policies that significantly affected the costs and feasibility of overland trade. Ottoman commercial policies reflected a sophisticated understanding of the economic value of controlling transcontinental trade routes, but they also had to balance the interests of various constituencies within the empire, including traditional merchants, religious authorities, and military leaders. The Ottoman approach to regulating international trade was generally more accommodating than the policies pursued by European trading companies, but it also imposed costs and restrictions that made overland routes less competitive with the new maritime alternatives. The Ottoman Empire's relationship with European merchants was complex and evolved over time, as both Ottoman and European capabilities and interests changed. While the Ottomans were generally willing to allow European merchants to operate within their territories, they also imposed taxes and regulations that limited European commercial advantages while preserving Ottoman control over crucial trade routes. The impact of New World silver on Asian trade networks extended far beyond the immediate commercial relationships between Spanish merchants and their Asian trading partners. The massive influx of silver into global circulation affected price levels, exchange rates, and commercial practices throughout the regions touched by transcontinental trade. Chinese demand for silver created opportunities for merchants throughout Asia who could provide goods that Chinese consumers wanted in exchange for the silver that Spanish merchants brought from America. The global circulation of American silver also contributed to inflation in many regions, as the increased money supply drove up prices for goods and services. This inflation had complex effects on different segments of society, generally benefiting those who owned real property or produced goods for sale, while harming those who depended on fixed incomes or who purchased rather than produced the goods they consumed. Jesuit missionaries, who accompanied Portuguese and Spanish traders to various parts of Asia, played important roles in facilitating cultural exchange and communication between European and Asian societies. The Jesuits' emphasis on education and their willingness to learn local languages and customs made them valuable intermediaries who could help bridge cultural differences that might otherwise have hindered commercial relationships. The Jesuit missions in China, established by pioneers such as Matteo Ricci, demonstrated the possibilities for meaningful cultural exchange between European and Asian intellectual traditions. Ricci and his successors learned Chinese language and philosophy while introducing Chinese scholars to European mathematics, astronomy, and mechanical technologies. These intellectual exchanges created new syntheses of knowledge that benefited both European and Chinese understanding of the natural world. The Jesuit approach to missionary work, which emphasized adaptation to local customs and the incorporation of local intellectual traditions into Christian theology, created opportunities for cultural exchange that extended beyond purely religious matters. Jesuit schools and libraries became centers where European and Asian scholars could meet and collaborate on projects that combined different intellectual traditions and approaches to knowledge. However, the cultural exchanges facilitated by Jesuit missionaries also revealed fundamental differences between European and Asian worldviews that created ongoing tensions and misunderstandings. European Christian concepts of universal religious truth often conflicted with Asian traditions of religious tolerance and philosophical pluralism, leading to conflicts that sometimes undermined the commercial relationships that missionaries were intended to support. The militarization of trade that characterized much of European expansion in Asia represented a fundamental departure from earlier patterns of international commerce that had generally operated through negotiation and mutual agreement rather than military coercion. European merchants, backed by superior naval technology and organized military forces, increasingly used the threat or application of force to secure commercial advantages that they could not obtain through peaceful competition. The advent of gunboat diplomacy, in which military force was used to compel local rulers to accept commercial agreements that favored European interests, created new patterns of international relations that prioritized military capability over traditional diplomatic protocol. This approach often achieved short-term commercial success for European merchants, but it also created resentments and conflicts that would have long-term consequences for European-Asian relationships. Local resistance to European commercial expansion took many different forms, ranging from armed military opposition to more subtle forms of economic and cultural resistance. Some rulers attempted to limit European access to their territories or to impose restrictions on European commercial activities. Others tried to play different European powers against each other in order to minimize any single European influence. Still, others attempted to adapt European technologies and commercial practices to strengthen their own capabilities. The strategies that Asian rulers employed to deal with European commercial pressure often reflected sophisticated understanding of European capabilities and limitations. Many rulers recognized that direct military confrontation with European forces was likely to be unsuccessful, leading them to pursue alternative approaches that might achieve their objectives through diplomatic or economic means rather than military resistance. The adaptation of local communities to European commercial presence often involved complex negotiations between traditional practices and new opportunities created by European trade. Merchants, craftsmen, and other groups had to decide how to respond to the new commercial possibilities while also preserving their existing relationships and maintaining their positions within local social and economic systems. The transformation of traditional Silk Road cities under changing economic conditions reflected the broader shifts occurring in transcontinental trade patterns during this period. Cities that had prospered as nodes in overland trading networks found their commercial importance declining as maritime routes became more dominant, and as European merchants increasingly bypassed traditional intermediaries. Some traditional trading centers managed to adapt successfully to the new commercial environment by developing new specializations or by finding ways to participate in the emerging maritime trade networks. Others experienced gradual decline as their traditional functions became less relevant to the changing patterns of international commerce. The speed and extent of these transformations varied considerably depending on geographical location, political circumstances, and the ability of local communities to adapt to changing conditions. The cultural and social consequences of these economic transformations were often as significant as their immediate commercial effects. Communities that had developed distinctive cultures based on their roles as intermediaries in transcontinental trade had to find new sources of identity and purpose when those roles became less important. The cosmopolitan character that had characterized many Silk Road cities was often difficult to maintain when the international connections that had sustained it were disrupted or redirected. The preservation of cultural traditions and intellectual achievements from the great age of Silk Road trade became increasingly challenging as the economic foundations that had supported those traditions eroded. Libraries, schools, and other cultural institutions that had flourished during periods of commercial prosperity often struggled to survive when the wealth that had supported them was no longer available. The European expansion into Asian markets during the 15th through 17th centuries created new opportunities for some regions while simultaneously undermining the traditional commercial relationships that had sustained others. The overall effect was to redirect rather than eliminate transcontinental trade, creating new patterns of international commerce that would persist into the modern era, while gradually diminishing the importance of the ancient overland routes that had connected civilizations for over a millennium. The technological and institutional innovations that emerged from the interaction between European and Asian commercial systems often represented syntheses that combined the best features of different traditions. Navigation techniques, shipbuilding technologies, commercial practices, and financial instruments all benefited from the cross-cultural exchanges that occurred as European merchants learned to operate in Asian commercial environments, while Asian merchants adapted to new opportunities created by European expansion. The global perspective that emerged from these expanded commercial relationships began to transform human understanding of geography, cultural diversity, and the possibilities for international cooperation. For the first time in human history, commercial networks connected all inhabited continents, creating opportunities for cultural and intellectual exchange on a truly global scale. While these developments also created new forms of inequality and exploitation, they also established foundations for the increasingly interconnected world that would characterize subsequent centuries of human development. The age of European exploration and expansion in Asia marked both an end and a beginning in the long history of transcontinental trade and cultural exchange. It represented the end of the ancient Silk Road's dominance as the primary pathway connecting East and West, but it also marked the beginning of new forms of global interaction that would eventually create even more extensive networks of commercial and cultural exchange. The transformation was neither immediate nor complete, but it established patterns and precedents that would shape the development of international relations for centuries to come. In the grand halls of the British East India Company's headquarters in London during the late 18th century, maps of Asia adorn the walls with increasingly detailed depictions of territories that had once been known only through the fragmentary accounts of ancient travelers. The company's expansion across the Indian subcontinent had brought British administrators into contact with the northwestern frontiers of their growing empire, where the ancient routes of the Silk Road disappeared into the mountains and deserts of Central Asia. Beyond these frontiers lay territories that remained largely unknown to European geography, but which were understood to be of enormous strategic importance for the security and prosperity of British interests in Asia. The Russian Empire, expanding southward from its Siberian territories, was simultaneously approaching these same Central Asian regions from the opposite direction. Russian traders and administrators had been gradually extending their influence across the steppes and oasis towns that had once formed the northern branches of the Silk Road networks. The convergence of British and Russian imperial interests in Central Asia would create what contemporary observers called the Great Game, a prolonged period of competition, intrigue, and occasional confrontation that would transform the political landscape of the region while inadvertently contributing to the rediscovery and scholarly investigation of the Silk Road's historical legacy. The strategic calculations that drove both British and Russian expansion into Central Asia reflected sophisticated understanding of the geographical factors that had made these regions crucial for transcontinental trade and communication throughout history. The British, secure in their control of Indian Ocean maritime routes, nevertheless recognized that their Indian territories remained vulnerable to overland invasion from the northwest. The mountain passes of Afghanistan and the Hindu Kush had served as gateways for invaders throughout history, and British strategists were acutely aware that Russian expansion toward these same passes could threaten the security of British India. Russian expansion into Central Asia was motivated by a complex mixture of strategic, economic, and cultural factors that reflected the empire's own imperial ambitions and security concerns. Russian administrators recognized that control of Central Asian territories could provide access to the wealth of India and China while also securing Russia's southern frontiers against potential threats. The cotton-producing regions of Central Asia were particularly attractive to Russian commercial interests, especially as the American Civil War had disrupted global cotton supplies and created new opportunities for alternative sources. The military campaigns that gradually brought Russian control to the Khanates of Central Asia proceeded with methodical efficiency that reflected Russian advantages in military technology and organization. The ancient cities of Tashkent, Samarkand, and Bukhara, which had once been among the most prosperous centers of Silk Road trade, found themselves incorporated into the Russian Empire through a combination of military conquest and diplomatic pressure. The transformation of these cities from independent trading centers to provincial towns within a vast empire marked a fundamental change in their character and function. British responses to Russian expansion reflected both genuine strategic concerns and exaggerated fears about Russian capabilities and intentions. The concept of a Russian threat to India captured the British imperial imagination in ways that sometimes exceeded the actual strategic realities, leading to policies and military interventions that were based more on worst-case scenarios than on careful assessment of probable Russian actions. Nevertheless, the British determination to prevent Russian access to the approaches to India led to a series of interventions in Afghanistan that would have profound consequences for the region. The First Anglo-Afghan War, launched in 1839, represented British determination to establish a friendly government in Kabul that would serve as a buffer against potential Russian expansion towards India. The war's disastrous outcome, culminating in the destruction of a British army during the retreat from Kabul in 1842, demonstrated both the military challenges of operating in Afghanistan's difficult terrain and the fierce resistance that foreign intervention could provoke among Afghan tribes who valued their independence above all other considerations. The strategic importance of Afghanistan derived largely from its geographical position astride the traditional routes that connected Central Asia with the Indian subcontinent. The Khyber Pass and other mountain routes through the Hindu Kush had served as gateways for trade and invasion throughout history, making control of these passages crucial for any power that sought to dominate the region. The complex tribal structure of Afghan society, combined with the country's difficult terrain, made it extremely challenging for foreign powers to establish lasting control, but also made it potentially valuable as an ally or devastating as an enemy. Local Afghan rulers, caught between competing imperial powers, developed sophisticated strategies for maintaining their autonomy while playing British and Russian interests against each other. The most successful Afghan leaders learned to extract concessions and support from both empires while avoiding commitments that would make them dependent on either one. This delicate balancing act required intimate knowledge of both British and Russian policies and the ability to adapt quickly to changing circumstances. The role of explorers, spies, and scholars in mapping Central Asia during this period created a remarkable body of geographical and cultural knowledge about regions that had been largely unknown to European scholarship. Men such as Alexander Burns, Arthur Connolly, and later explorers like Francis Young-Husband traveled through Central Asia under various pretenses, gathering intelligence about terrain, political conditions, and military capabilities while also contributing to genuine scholarly understanding of the region's geography and history. These explorer scholars often traveled disguised as merchants, pilgrims, or other categories of travelers who could move through the region without attracting official attention. Their accounts provided not only valuable intelligence for their respective governments, but also detailed descriptions of the surviving remnants of Silk Road civilization. Ancient cities, ruined caravanserais, and abandoned trading routes were documented with care that reflected both strategic and scholarly interests. The archaeological expeditions that began exploring Central Asian sites during the late 19th and early 20th centuries represented a new form of scholarly interest in the Silk Road's historical legacy. Expeditions led by figures such as Aurel Stein, Paul Pelliot, and Albert von Lecoq recovered enormous quantities of manuscripts, artifacts, and artistic treasures from sites along the ancient trade routes. These discoveries provided unprecedented insights into the daily life, commercial practices, and cultural achievements of Silk Road civilizations. The famous library cave at Dunhuang, discovered by Aurel Stein in 1907, contained thousands of manuscripts that had been sealed away in the 11th century and preserved in the dry desert climate. These documents, written in multiple languages and representing many different cultural traditions, provided scholars with detailed information about Silk Road trade, religious practices, and intellectual life that had been unavailable from any other source. The competition between different archaeological expeditions to acquire the most valuable discoveries sometimes led to hasty excavation and removal of artifacts that would have been better preserved through more careful scholarly methods. Nevertheless, the overall contribution of these expeditions to human understanding of Silk Road history was enormous, as they recovered materials that would otherwise have been lost to natural deterioration or local destruction. The modernization of transportation that occurred during the 19th century fundamentally altered the strategic and economic significance of Central Asian territories. The construction of railways across the Russian Empire brought unprecedented speed and efficiency to the movement of goods and people across continental distances. The Trans-Siberian Railway, completed in the early 20th century, created a new transcontinental route that could move goods from Europe to Asia faster than any previous overland method. Telegraph lines, which could transmit messages across continents in a matter of hours, revolutionized communication between distant territories and made possible new forms of coordination and control that had never before been feasible. The ability to send instructions from London to India or from St. Petersburg to Central Asia within days rather than months changed the nature of imperial administration and made possible more centralized control over vast territories. The impact of the Industrial Revolution on traditional handicrafts and trade patterns was profound and often devastating for communities that had depended on these activities for centuries. Machine-produced textiles from European factories could be sold at prices that undercut traditional hand-woven fabrics, destroying local industries that had employed thousands of skilled craftsmen. The standardization and mass production that characterized industrial manufacturing eliminated much of the demand for the specialized goods that had sustained Silk Road trade for centuries. However, the Industrial Revolution also created new demands for raw materials that could be supplied by Central Asian territories. Cotton from Central Asia became increasingly valuable as European textile industries expanded. Minerals and other natural resources that had been of little commercial value in earlier periods became important sources of wealth as industrial technologies found new uses for them. Local rulers throughout Central Asia faced increasingly difficult choices as imperial powers extended their influence into the region. Some chose to ally themselves with one empire or another in hopes of preserving their authority under imperial protection. Others attempted to maintain independence through careful neutrality or by playing competing powers against each other. A few sought to modernize their own military and administrative capabilities in hopes of remaining strong enough to resist imperial pressure. The strategies that proved most successful often involved adapting to new circumstances while preserving essential elements of traditional authority and culture. Rulers who could demonstrate their value to imperial powers as intermediaries or administrators often managed to retain significant autonomy, while those who resisted too rigidly or who failed to adapt to changing conditions frequently found themselves displaced or marginalized. The transformation of local societies under imperial influence occurred gradually and unevenly, affecting different groups and regions in different ways. Urban merchant classes often found new opportunities in the expanded markets that imperial rule provided, while traditional nomadic peoples frequently experienced restrictions on their movement and challenges to their traditional ways of life. Religious and cultural leaders had to navigate between preserving traditional practices and accommodating new imperial requirements. Educational systems, introduced by imperial authorities, often provided new opportunities for advancement, while also potentially undermining traditional forms of knowledge and cultural transmission. Young people who acquired European-style education might gain access to new career opportunities, but they might also become alienated from their own cultural traditions and communities. The preservation and destruction of Silk Road cultural heritage during this period reflected the complex and often contradictory attitudes that imperial powers held toward the civilizations they encountered. While archaeological expeditions were recovering and preserving important artifacts and documents, other imperial policies were inadvertently or deliberately undermining the cultural institutions that had sustained Silk Road traditions for centuries. Traditional Islamic schools and libraries sometimes faced restrictions or competition from new educational institutions that reflected imperial preferences and priorities. Ancient buildings and sites were sometimes preserved as objects of scholarly interest while simultaneously being undermined by new construction projects or changes in land use that reflected imperial economic priorities. The documentation efforts undertaken by imperial scholars and administrators, while often motivated by imperial, rather than purely scholarly interests, nevertheless created valuable records of traditional practices and institutions that might otherwise have been lost as societies underwent rapid change. Official surveys, census records, and administrative reports provided detailed information about social structures, economic activities, and cultural practices that complemented the more selective information preserved in archaeological discoveries. The economic transformation from traditional trade to resource extraction that occurred throughout Central Asia during this period reflected the broader changes occurring in global economic relationships. The Industrial Revolution had created enormous demand for raw materials, while simultaneously reducing demand for many of the finished goods that had sustained traditional trade. Central Asian territories were increasingly valued for their cotton, minerals, and other natural resources, rather than for their traditional roles as intermediaries in transcontinental trade. This transformation had profound social and cultural consequences for communities that had built their identities and economic systems around trade and commercial intermediation. Merchants who had once been among the most prosperous and influential members of their societies found their traditional activities becoming less profitable or even obsolete. Craftsmen who had produced goods for international markets discovered that their products could no longer compete with machine-made alternatives. The development of new extractive industries while providing employment and economic opportunities for some, often required labor and management practices that were quite different from traditional economic activities. Mining, large-scale agriculture, and industrial processing demanded different types of skills and social organization than had characterized traditional Silk Road commerce. The integration of Central Asian territories into imperial economic systems also meant that local economies became more vulnerable to fluctuations in global markets and imperial policies. Regions that had previously enjoyed considerable economic autonomy found themselves dependent on decisions made in distant imperial capitals, creating new forms of vulnerability and uncertainty. The cultural interactions that occurred as imperial powers established their presence in Central Asia created new opportunities for exchange and synthesis, while also generating tensions and conflicts between different worldviews and value systems. Imperial administrators, military personnel, and scholars brought new ideas and technologies that could be beneficial for local communities, but they also brought assumptions and priorities that might conflict with traditional practices and beliefs. The multilingual and multicultural character that had traditionally characterized Silk Road societies was both challenged and reinforced by imperial rule. While imperial languages and cultural practices gained prominence and sometimes displaced local traditions, the practical requirements of governing diverse populations often necessitated continued use of local languages and accommodation of local customs. Religious practices in Central Asian societies faced complex pressures under imperial rule. While both British and Russian empires generally practiced religious tolerance as a matter of policy, imperial presence nevertheless created new dynamics that affected traditional religious institutions and practices. Islamic schools and legal systems had to adapt to new political realities while attempting to preserve their essential religious functions. The role of women in Central Asian societies experienced various changes under imperial influence. While traditional gender roles and restrictions often persisted, imperial economic and educational opportunities sometimes created new possibilities for female participation in public life. The overall impact of these changes was complex and varied considerably between different communities and social classes. The technological innovations that accompanied imperial expansion often provided genuine benefits for local populations, while also serving imperial strategic and economic interests. Improved transportation, communication, and medical technologies could enhance quality of life and economic opportunities. However, these same technologies also facilitated imperial control and sometimes undermined traditional forms of social organization and economic activity. The scholarly and scientific investigations that imperial powers supported in Central Asia contributed significantly to human knowledge, while also serving imperial purposes. Geographical surveys, archaeological excavations, linguistic studies, and ethnographic research provided valuable information for both scholarly and administrative purposes. The knowledge produced by these investigations often outlasted the imperial systems that sponsored them and continued to benefit scholarly understanding long after political circumstances had changed. The Great Game period in Central Asian history represented a unique combination of imperial competition, scholarly discovery, and cultural transformation that fundamentally altered the region's character and significance. While the ancient Silk Road trade networks had largely ceased to function as major commercial corridors, the geographical and cultural foundations they had created continued to influence the region's development under new political and economic circumstances. The legacy of this period included both the preservation of important cultural heritage through archaeological and scholarly work, and the transformation of traditional societies through integration into imperial systems. The detailed knowledge of Central Asian geography, history, and culture that was accumulated during this period provided foundations for continued scholarly investigation and cultural preservation that would extend into subsequent periods of political change. The competition between imperial powers that characterized the Great Game also established precedents for the strategic importance that major powers would continue to attribute to Central Asian territories throughout the 20th and 21st centuries. The geographical factors that made Central Asia strategically significant during the Age of Empires continued to influence international relations as new forms of global competition emerged in later periods. The winter of 1917 brought to the Russian Empire a revolution that would transform not only the vast territories stretching from the Baltic to the Pacific, but also the ancient Silk Road regions that had become part of the Tsarist realm during the previous century. In the cities of Tashkent, Samarkand, and Bukhara, news of the Tsar's abdication and the subsequent Bolshevik seizure of power arrived along the same telegraph lines that had connected these ancient trading centers to St. Petersburg and Moscow. The local populations, who had already experienced decades of imperial rule and gradual modernization, now faced the prospect of even more radical changes as revolutionary ideologies replaced traditional imperial administration. The immediate impact of the Russian Revolution on Central Asian societies was complex and often contradictory. The collapse of imperial authority initially created opportunities for local autonomy and the revival of traditional practices that had been suppressed or marginalized under Tsarist rule. However, the Bolsheviks' determination to create a unified socialist state soon led to new forms of centralized control that were often more intrusive and transformative than anything the imperial regime had attempted. The establishment of Soviet republics in Central Asia during the 1920s represented an unprecedented experiment in the political organization of territories that had traditionally been governed through complex arrangements between imperial authorities and local rulers. The new Soviet system sought to create national identities based on linguistic and cultural criteria that often bore little relationship to traditional forms of social and political organization. Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan emerged as distinct political entities, each with its own government and cultural institutions, where previously there had been more fluid patterns of tribal, religious, and regional affiliation. The economic policies implemented by the Soviet government in Central Asia aimed to integrate these territories into a planned economy that would serve the needs of the entire Soviet Union, while also promoting rapid modernization and industrial development. Traditional patterns of trade and commerce that had operated according to market mechanisms and personal relationships were replaced by centralized planning that allocated resources according to ideological principles and strategic priorities determined in Moscow. The collectivization of agriculture, implemented with particular intensity during the 1930s, had devastating consequences for nomadic peoples who had maintained traditional pastoral lifestyles for centuries. The forced settlement of nomadic populations into collective farms not only disrupted ancient patterns of seasonal migration, but also destroyed social structures and cultural practices that had been essential elements of nomadic identity. Many nomads resisted these changes, sometimes violently, leading to conflicts that resulted in significant population losses and cultural trauma. The transformation of traditional trading cities under Soviet rule involved both preservation and destruction of historical heritage in ways that reflected the complex and often contradictory attitudes of the new regime toward the past. While Soviet authorities were generally hostile to religious and commercial traditions that they associated with pre-revolutionary exploitation, they also recognized the value of historical monuments and cultural achievements that could serve as symbols of national identity within the Soviet system. Samarkand, with its magnificent medieval architecture and its associations with great historical figures like Tamerlane, became a showcase for Soviet efforts to preserve historical heritage while adapting it to serve contemporary ideological purposes. The restoration of major monuments was undertaken with considerable skill and resources. but the interpretation of their historical significance was carefully crafted to emphasize themes of popular resistance and cultural achievement, rather than religious devotion or commercial prosperity. The suppression of traditional Islamic institutions and practices represented one of the most traumatic aspects of Soviet rule for many Central Asian communities. Mosques were closed or converted to secular purposes. Religious schools were replaced by Soviet educational institutions, and traditional religious leaders were often persecuted or forced to abandon their roles. The Arabic script that had been used for centuries to write local languages was replaced by Latin and later Cyrillic alphabets, cutting new generations off from their literary and religious heritage. However, the Soviet system also provided new opportunities for education, professional advancement, and cultural expression that had been unavailable under imperial rule. Universities, technical schools, and research institutions were established throughout Central Asia, creating opportunities for local people to participate in modern intellectual and scientific endeavors. Women, in particular, benefited from Soviet policies that promoted gender equality and provided access to education and employment that had been largely denied under traditional social arrangements. Meanwhile, in Western China, the collapse of imperial authority and the subsequent period of warlord rule created different but equally disruptive conditions for the communities that had once participated in Silk Road trade. The Chinese Republic, established in 1912 following the fall of the Qing dynasty, struggled to maintain effective control over the vast Western territories, where many of the ancient Silk Road routes had terminated. Local warlords, often supported by foreign powers, established autonomous or semi-autonomous regimes that pursued their own interests with little regard for central authority. The Chinese Civil War, which began in earnest during the 1920s and continued intermittently until 1949, had profound effects on the western regions of China that had been crucial to Silk Road trade. The competition between nationalist and communist forces for control of these territories, combined with ongoing conflicts involving local warlords and occasional foreign intervention, created conditions of chronic instability that made long-distance trade extremely difficult and dangerous. The communist victory in the Chinese Civil War and the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949 brought new forms of centralized control to the Western regions, but it also created tensions with the Soviet Union that would eventually lead to the closure of borders and the virtual elimination of traditional cross-border trade. The ideological alignment between the Chinese and Soviet Communist parties initially promised cooperation and coordination between the two socialist powers, but underlying territorial and strategic conflicts would soon create new barriers to the transcontinental connections that had characterized the Silk Road for over a millennium. World War II brought unexpected strategic importance to Central Asian territories as the Soviet Union sought alternative supply routes that could not be disrupted by German control of Western approaches to Soviet territory. The Central Asian republics became crucial links in supply chains that brought American and British military aid to the Soviet war effort through Iran and other routes that bypassed the dangerous Atlantic and Arctic convoys that were vulnerable to German attack. The development of new transportation infrastructure to support wartime supply requirements created lasting changes in the economic geography of Central Asia. Railways, roads, and communication networks built to serve military purposes during the war continued to serve civilian needs after 1945, contributing to the integration of Central Asian territories into the broader Soviet economic system, while also providing foundations for post-war industrial development. The human cost of these transformations was enormous, though often hidden by official propaganda and limited access to accurate information. The forced collectivization of agriculture, combined with unrealistic production targets and poor planning, led to famines that caused millions of deaths throughout the Soviet Union, including significant losses in Central Asian territories. The suppression of traditional cultural and religious practices created psychological trauma that affected entire generations, while the forced relocation of populations and the disruption of traditional social structures had consequences that persisted long after the policies that caused them had been abandoned or modified. Archaeological and scholarly research on Silk Road history continued during this period, though under very different circumstances than had characterized the pre-war expeditions sponsored by imperial powers. Soviet scholars, working within the constraints of Marxist-Leninist ideology, reinterpreted Silk Road history to emphasize themes of popular struggle and cultural achievement while downplaying or ignoring the commercial and religious aspects that had actually been central to historical Silk Road civilization. The preservation of manuscripts and artifacts in libraries and museums became both more systematic and more politically charged during this period. Soviet institutions developed impressive capabilities for preserving and cataloging historical materials, but access to these collections was often restricted for political reasons, and the interpretation of their significance was carefully controlled to conform to official ideological requirements. The establishment of major research institutions and universities in Central Asian capitals created new opportunities for scholarly investigation of local history and culture, but these opportunities were constrained by political considerations that limited the topics that could be studied and the conclusions that could be published. Local scholars often had to navigate carefully between their desire to understand and preserve their cultural heritage and the political requirements of the regimes under which they worked. Photography and film documentation of Central Asian societies during this period provided unprecedented visual records of the transformation of traditional communities under modern political and economic pressures. While much of this documentation was produced for propaganda purposes and therefore reflected official perspectives rather than objective observation, it nevertheless preserved images of people, places, and practices that might otherwise have been lost to historical memory. The accounts of travelers who visited Central Asia during this period, whether as official visitors, scholars, or the occasional independent adventurer who managed to obtain permission to travel in these increasingly restricted territories, provided valuable alternative perspectives on the changes occurring in former Silk Road regions. These accounts often revealed discrepancies between official claims about progress and modernization and the actual conditions experienced by local populations. The transformation of traditional Silk Road cities during this period involved not only political and economic changes, but also fundamental alterations in urban planning and architecture that reflected new ideological priorities. Soviet urban planning emphasized industrial functionality and socialist symbolism rather than the commercial and religious considerations that had shaped these cities during their period of greatest prosperity. New construction often ignored or actively destroyed historical urban patterns, while traditional neighborhoods were frequently demolished to make way for projects that reflected contemporary political priorities. The decline of traditional crafts and artistic practices that had flourished during the great age of Silk Road trade continued during this period, accelerated by government policies that emphasized industrial production and discouraged private commercial activity. Master craftsmen who had maintained ancient techniques often found themselves unable to pass their skills to new generations, as young people were directed toward industrial employment or other activities that were considered more suitable for a modern socialist society. However, some traditional arts and crafts were preserved and even promoted when they could be adapted to serve state purposes, or when they were recognized as valuable expressions of national identity within the Soviet cultural framework. Carpet weaving, metalwork, and certain forms of decorative art continued to be practiced, though often in modified forms that reflected contemporary political and aesthetic preferences rather than traditional patterns and meanings. The educational policies implemented during this period had particularly profound effects on the transmission of traditional knowledge and cultural practices. While Soviet education provided opportunities for literacy and technical training that had been unavailable to most people under previous regimes, It also systematically excluded traditional forms of knowledge that were associated with religion, commerce, or other activities that were considered incompatible with socialist ideology. Languages that had served as lingua francas for Silk Road trade, particularly Arabic and Persian, were discouraged or banned in favor of Russian and the newly standardized national languages of the Soviet republics. This linguistic transformation made it increasingly difficult for new generations to access the vast literature and documentation that had been produced during the historical period of Silk Road prosperity. The role of women in Central Asian societies underwent dramatic changes during this period, as Soviet policies promoted gender equality and women's participation in education and employment. While these changes provided new opportunities and freedoms for many women, they also created tensions with traditional family structures and cultural practices that had previously defined women's roles and responsibilities. Religious practices, which had been central to traditional Silk Road societies, faced systematic suppression that went far beyond the restrictions imposed by previous imperial regimes. The Soviet approach to religion was based on the assumption that religious beliefs were incompatible with scientific socialism and would naturally disappear as society advanced toward communism. This ideological hostility to religion led to policies that not only restricted religious practice, but actively sought to eliminate religious institutions and beliefs. The impact of modernization on traditional Silk Road cities was visible not only in new construction and urban planning, but also in changes to daily life that reflected new economic and social arrangements. Traditional bazaars and markets were often replaced by state-controlled distribution systems that operated according to planned quotas rather than market mechanisms. The social interactions and cultural exchanges that had characterized traditional commercial districts were largely eliminated as economic activity was reorganized according to socialist principles. Transportation and communication improvements that were implemented during this period created new connections within Central Asia while simultaneously restricting connections with the outside world. The development of railways, highways, and telegraph networks within the Soviet Union facilitated internal trade and communication, but strict border controls and ideological considerations made it increasingly difficult to maintain the international connections that had been essential to traditional Silk Road trade. The documentation of traditional practices and oral traditions became increasingly urgent as modernization and political pressure threatened to eliminate forms of knowledge that had been transmitted through generations. Some scholars and cultural activists worked to preserve traditional music, literature, and other cultural expressions, though often under difficult circumstances and with limited resources. The period from the Russian Revolution through the establishment of Communist China represented a fundamental transformation in the character and significance of the territories that had once been at the heart of Silk Road civilization. While these changes brought modernization, education, and industrial development to regions that had often been economically marginalized, they also disrupted or eliminated many of the cultural traditions and social arrangements that had sustained Silk Road societies for centuries. The legacy of this period included both the preservation of certain aspects of Silk Road heritage through scholarly research and museum collections, and the irrevocable loss of many traditional practices and forms of knowledge that could not survive the political and economic transformations of the 20th century. The closed borders and ideological barriers that emerged during this period would persist for decades, creating a fundamental break in the transcontinental connections that had characterized the Silk Road for over a millennium. The transformation of former Silk Road territories into components of modern nation-states with centralized governments, planned economies, and official ideologies represented the end of an era in which these regions had served as meeting places for diverse cultures and as conduits for transcontinental trade and cultural exchange. While the geographical advantages that had made these territories important for international communication and commerce remained unchanged, the political and economic structures that had supported traditional Silk Road activities had been fundamentally altered in ways that made their revival impossible under existing circumstances. The proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing on October 1, 1949, marked not only the victory of communist forces in the Chinese Civil War, but also the beginning of a new era of isolation for the Western regions that had once served as the eastern terminus of the Great Silk Road networks. Mao Zedong's government, viewing the world through the lens of revolutionary ideology and Cold War confrontation, implemented policies that would effectively seal China's western borders and terminate the cross-border connections that had persisted in various forms for over 2 millennia. The closure of China's borders with the Soviet Union and other neighboring countries created an unprecedented barrier across territories that had been connected by trade and cultural exchange since the earliest development of transcontinental routes. Villages that had been separated by mere miles, but different political systems, found themselves isolated from relatives and trading partners who lived in what had suddenly become foreign countries. The gradual hardening of these borders, reinforced by military installations, guard towers, and surveillance systems, transformed what had once been permeable frontiers into nearly impermeable barriers. In the newly established People's Republic, the western regions of Xinjiang, Tibet, and other areas that had been crucial to historical Silk Road trade were incorporated into a centralized state system that prioritized political control and ideological conformity over the commercial and cultural autonomy that had characterized these regions throughout much of their history. The Chinese Communist Party's approach to governing these diverse territories emphasized the creation of a unified national identity that would supersede traditional ethnic, religious, and cultural distinctions. The policy of planned economic development that the Chinese government implemented in these western regions aimed to integrate them fully into the national economy while also serving strategic objectives related to border security and resource exploitation. Traditional patterns of trade and economic activity that had operated according to local needs and cross-border relationships were replaced by centralized planning that allocated resources and directed economic activity according to priorities determined by the central government in Beijing. Simultaneously, in Soviet Central Asia, the process of integration into the planned economy reached new levels of intensity and sophistication during the post-war period. The Soviet system had evolved into a complex mechanism for coordinating economic activity across vast territories and diverse populations, but this coordination came at the cost of local autonomy and traditional economic relationships that had sustained these regions for centuries. The development of heavy industry in Central Asian republics during the 1950s and 1960s transformed the economic character of cities that had once been centers of international trade and handicraft production. Tashkent became a major industrial center with factories producing textiles, machinery, and chemicals for distribution throughout the Soviet Union. Almaty developed into an important transportation hub and administrative center. These transformations brought employment opportunities and modern amenities to local populations, but they also fundamentally altered the character of these cities and their relationship to their historical heritage. The cotton monoculture that Soviet planners imposed on much of Central Asia created environmental and social problems that would have lasting consequences for the region. The diversion of water from the Aral Sea to irrigate vast cotton plantations led to one of the world's most dramatic environmental disasters, as the sea gradually shrank to a fraction of its original size. Local communities that had depended on fishing and other traditional economic activities related to the sea found their livelihoods eliminated, while the cotton production system created new forms of economic dependence that made these regions vulnerable to fluctuations in global commodity markets. The isolation of Silk Road regions and communities from international connections created cultural and intellectual stagnation in some areas, while also providing protection for traditional practices that might otherwise have been overwhelmed by rapid modernization and foreign influence. Communities that had been accustomed to regular contact with peoples from different cultures and regions found themselves confined within national boundaries that limited their exposure to the diversity that had traditionally enriched their cultural life. However, this isolation also created opportunities for the preservation and development of local cultural traditions that might otherwise have been displaced by more dominant external influences. Traditional arts, music, literature, and other cultural expressions could develop according to their own internal logic, rather than being constantly modified in response to external pressures and opportunities. The development of archaeological expeditions and international scholarly cooperation during the Cold War period occurred within the constraints imposed by political tensions and ideological differences. But it nevertheless achieved remarkable progress in understanding Silk Road history and preserving important cultural heritage. Soviet scholars, working within their own territories and occasionally collaborating with scholars from Allied socialist countries, made significant discoveries and contributions to knowledge about Silk Road civilizations. The excavation of sites such as Penjikent in Tajikistan revealed remarkable examples of Sogdian art and architecture that provided new insights into the cultural achievements of these master traders of the ancient Silk Road. The frescoes and artifacts discovered at such sites demonstrated the cosmopolitan character and artistic sophistication of Silk Road communities, while also providing evidence for the complex cultural interactions that had characterized these regions during their period of greatest prosperity. Chinese archaeological work in the Western regions, while conducted in isolation from international scholarly collaboration, also produced important discoveries that enhanced understanding of Silk Road history. The excavation of sites in Xinjiang and other Western regions revealed evidence of the diverse peoples and cultures that had inhabited these areas and participated in transcontinental trade networks. However, the interpretation of these discoveries was often influenced by contemporary political considerations that emphasized Chinese historical claims to these territories rather than their multicultural and international character. The role of UNESCO in heritage preservation efforts became increasingly important during this period as the international organization worked to identify and protect sites of outstanding universal value that might otherwise be threatened by development pressures or political instability. The designation of Silk Road sites as World Heritage Sites provided international recognition of their historical significance while also creating mechanisms for their preservation and study. The UNESCO Silk Roads Programme, launched in the 1980s, represented an ambitious attempt to promote international cooperation in the study and preservation of Silk Road heritage, despite the political barriers that limited direct cooperation between the countries where these sites were located. The program brought together scholars from many different countries to share research findings and coordinate preservation efforts, creating a form of international cooperation that transcended the political divisions of the Cold War era. Cultural identity movements that emerged in various parts of the former Silk Road regions during this period reflected both the desire to preserve traditional cultural expressions and the challenges of maintaining cultural authenticity within modern political and economic systems. In Soviet Central Asia, officially sanctioned cultural activities celebrated national traditions within the framework of socialist ideology, creating hybrid forms of cultural expression that combine traditional elements with contemporary political messages. The preservation of traditional arts, such as carpet weaving, metalwork, and musical performance, became important symbols of cultural continuity and resistance to complete cultural assimilation. Master craftsmen and artists who maintained traditional techniques often became focal points for cultural preservation movements, even when their activities had to be adapted to conform to official requirements and restrictions. Traditional music and dance, which had played important roles in Silk Road societies as forms of entertainment, religious expression, and cultural communication, experienced both suppression and revival during this period. While some traditional forms were discouraged or banned because of their religious associations or their connections to pre-revolutionary social structures, others were preserved and promoted as expressions of national identity that could serve the cultural policies of socialist governments. The impact of industrialization on ancient trading cities continued throughout this period as governments pursued economic development strategies that prioritized industrial production and modern infrastructure over historical preservation. Many traditional neighborhoods were demolished to make way for factories, apartment buildings, and other structures that reflected contemporary functional requirements rather than historical character. However, the growing awareness of the historical significance of Silk Road heritage also led to some preservation efforts that sought to protect important monuments and cultural sites from the destructive effects of modernization. The restoration of major architectural monuments in cities such as Samarkand and Bukhara demonstrated both the technical capabilities of Soviet preservation efforts and the political value that governments placed on certain aspects of their historical heritage. The development of museums and cultural institutions during this period created new venues for the preservation and display of Silk Road artifacts and cultural heritage. Major museums in Tashkent, Almaty, Dushanbe, and other Central Asian cities developed important collections that preserved materials from archaeological excavations and ethnographic research. These institutions served both educational and political functions, presenting historical narratives that supported contemporary political objectives, while also preserving valuable cultural materials for future generations. The training of local scholars and museum professionals created new generations of specialists who possessed both the technical skills needed for preservation work and the cultural knowledge necessary to understand and interpret Silk Road heritage. While these specialists often had to work within political constraints that limited their freedom to pursue certain lines of research or to collaborate with international colleagues, they nevertheless made important contributions to the preservation and understanding of their cultural heritage. Limited cross-border trade and diplomatic relations during the Cold War period created occasional opportunities for small-scale exchanges that maintained minimal connections between communities that had been separated by political barriers. Border markets, cultural exchanges, and diplomatic visits provided glimpses of the connections that had once characterized these regions, while also demonstrating the artificial nature of the barriers that now divided them. The development of tourism, though limited by political restrictions and infrastructure constraints, began to bring international attention to the remarkable cultural heritage preserved in former Silk Road regions. Foreign visitors, whether tourists, scholars, or diplomatic personnel, often expressed amazement at the architectural monuments and cultural treasures that had survived in cities such as Samarkand, Bukhara, and Khiva. Academic research and the romanticization of Silk Road history during this period created new forms of interest in these ancient trade networks that emphasized their cultural and historical significance rather than their economic functions. Scholars working in various countries produced detailed studies of particular aspects of Silk Road history, often focusing on topics such as artistic exchange, religious transmission, or technological diffusion that could be studied without directly addressing the commercial relationships that had been central to historical Silk Road activities. The romanticization of Silk Road history in popular culture, literature, and academic writing often emphasized themes of adventure, cultural encounter, and peaceful exchange, while downplaying or ignoring the economic motivations and practical challenges that had actually characterized historical Silk Road trade. This romanticized perspective, while it helped to generate interest in Silk Road history and support for preservation efforts, also contributed to misunderstandings about the nature and significance of these historical networks. The translation and publication of historical sources related to Silk Road history made important texts available to scholars and general readers who might not otherwise have had access to them. The works of travelers such as Marco Polo, the Chinese pilgrim Chang'an, and various Islamic geographers and historians were translated into multiple languages and widely distributed, contributing to popular understanding of Silk Road history, while also providing materials for scholarly research. The development of new technologies for historical research and preservation, including improved methods for dating artifacts, analyzing textiles and other organic materials, and documenting archaeological sites, enhanced the ability of scholars to understand and preserve Silk Road heritage. These technological advances, combined with growing international interest in cultural preservation, created new possibilities for understanding historical Silk Road civilizations, despite the political barriers that limited direct international cooperation. The training of local historians, archaeologists, and cultural preservation specialists in Central Asian universities and research institutions created pools of expertise that would prove valuable for future preservation and research efforts. While these specialists often had limited opportunities for international collaboration during the Cold War period, they developed skills and knowledge that would become important assets when political circumstances eventually changed. The documentation of oral traditions, folk tales, and traditional knowledge became increasingly urgent as modernization and political pressure threatened to eliminate forms of cultural expression that had been transmitted through generations without written records. Ethnographers and folklorists worked to preserve these traditions through recordings, transcriptions, and scholarly analysis, often under difficult circumstances and with limited resources. The role of women in preserving traditional cultural practices became particularly important during this period, as formal cultural institutions often focused on officially sanctioned activities rather than the informal traditions that were maintained within families and communities. Women often served as the primary preservers of traditional cooking techniques, textile arts, and other cultural practices that might otherwise have been lost during periods of rapid social change. The impact of television, radio, and other forms of mass communication on traditional cultural practices was complex and varied. While these technologies sometimes displaced traditional forms of entertainment and cultural expression, they also provided new ways to preserve and transmit traditional music, stories, and other cultural materials to wider audiences. State-controlled media in socialist countries often included programs that featured traditional arts and cultural expressions, though these were usually presented within contemporary political frameworks. The development of educational curricula that included some attention to local history and cultural traditions helped to ensure that younger generations retained some knowledge of their cultural heritage, even when traditional forms of cultural transmission had been disrupted by political and social changes. However, the interpretation of this heritage was often influenced by contemporary political considerations that emphasized certain aspects while downplaying or ignoring others. The period of Cold War division and cultural preservation in former Silk Road regions represented a complex and often contradictory time when isolation from international connections coexisted with important efforts to preserve and understand the cultural heritage that had been created during the great age of transcontinental trade and exchange. While political barriers prevented the revival of the international connections that had defined historical Silk Road activities, they also created opportunities for the preservation and study of cultural traditions that might otherwise have been overwhelmed by rapid globalization and modernization. The scholarly work and preservation efforts undertaken during this period created important foundations for the renewed international interest in Silk Road history and heritage that would emerge when political circumstances eventually changed. The museums, research institutions, and collections of artifacts and documents that were developed during the Cold War period provided valuable resources that would become accessible to international scholars and visitors when borders eventually reopened and when new forms of international cooperation became possible. The year 1991 brought transformations to the former Silk Road regions that would have seemed impossible just a few years earlier. In Moscow, the dissolution of the Soviet Union on December 25th marked the end of an empire that had controlled much of Central Asia for over a century. Across the vast territories that had once been connected by ancient trade routes, new nations emerged from the collapse of socialist systems, each facing the enormous challenge of defining their identity and place in a rapidly changing world. In Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, independence arrived suddenly, bringing both opportunities and uncertainties that would reshape the relationship between these lands and their historical heritage. The reopening of borders that had been sealed for decades created immediate opportunities for renewed connections between communities that had been artificially separated by political barriers. Families divided by the drawing of national boundaries could once again visit relatives who lived mere miles away, but in different countries. Merchants could explore trading relationships that had been impossible under the rigid controls of socialist economic systems. Scholars could begin collaborative research projects that would enhance understanding of the shared cultural heritage that transcended the new national boundaries. However, the transition from socialist systems to market economies and democratic governance proved far more complex and challenging than many had anticipated. The economic structures that had sustained these societies under socialist rule often collapsed or became obsolete, creating periods of economic hardship and social disruption that affected all aspects of life, including efforts to preserve and promote Silk Road heritage. The infrastructure that had connected these regions to broader Soviet networks often deteriorated, while new connections to global markets and communication systems developed slowly and unevenly. In China, economic reforms that had begun in the late 1970s under Deng Xiaoping accelerated during the 1990s and 2000s, creating new possibilities for the development of Western regions that had been economically marginalized during the period of planned economy and political isolation. The Chinese government's Go West campaign, launched in the early 2000s, aimed to reduce regional economic disparities by investing heavily in infrastructure, industry, and resource development in provinces such as Xinjiang, Tibet, and other areas that had been crucial to historical Silk Road trade. The construction of new railways, highways, and airports in Western China dramatically improved transportation connections between these regions and the more developed eastern parts of the country. The completion of the railway line to Lhasa in 2006 represented a remarkable engineering achievement that connected Tibet to the national transportation network for the first time. Similar projects in Xinjiang and other Western regions created new possibilities for economic development, while also raising concerns about their impact on traditional cultures and environments. The development of China's Western regions under the Economic Reform Program brought significant benefits to many local communities in the form of improved infrastructure, educational opportunities, and access to modern healthcare and communication technologies. However, these developments also created tensions with traditional ways of life and cultural practices that had persisted for centuries. The rapid pace of modernization sometimes overwhelmed local communities' ability to adapt while preserving their cultural identity and traditional knowledge. The emergence of the Belt and Road Initiative, announced by Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013, represented perhaps the most ambitious attempt to revive transcontinental connectivity since the great age of the historical Silk Road. The initiative, encompassing both a land-based Silk Road economic belt and a maritime 21st century maritime Silk Road, aimed to create new networks of trade, investment, and cultural exchange that would connect Asia with Europe and Africa through infrastructure development and economic cooperation. The scale and scope of the Belt and Road Initiative dwarfed any previous effort to recreate the connections that had characterized historical Silk Road networks. The initiative included plans for railways, highways, ports, energy infrastructure, and telecommunications networks that would span continents and connect dozens of countries. The economic commitments associated with the initiative, measured in trillions of dollars over multiple decades, represented an investment in transcontinental connectivity that exceeded anything attempted in human history. However, the Belt and Road Initiative also generated controversies and concerns that reflected the complex political and economic realities of the contemporary world. Critics worried about the environmental impact of massive infrastructure projects, the sustainability of debt obligations for participating countries, and the geopolitical implications of Chinese-led initiatives that might create new forms of economic dependence. Supporters emphasized the potential benefits of improved connectivity, economic development, and cultural exchange that could result from successful implementation of the initiative. The revival of international tourism in former Silk Road regions created new opportunities for economic development, while also raising important questions about the preservation and presentation of cultural heritage. Countries such as Uzbekistan, which had been largely closed to international visitors during the Soviet period, began actively promoting tourism as a means of economic development and international engagement. The remarkable architectural monuments of Samarkand, Bukhara, and Khiva attracted increasing numbers of visitors who came to experience the surviving remnants of Silk Road civilization. The development of tourism infrastructure required careful balancing between providing modern amenities that international visitors expected and preserving the historical character that made these sites attractive destinations. Hotels, restaurants, transportation systems, and other tourist facilities had to be designed and located in ways that served contemporary needs while respecting historical contexts and avoiding damage to irreplaceable cultural heritage. The commodification of Silk Road heritage for tourism purposes created both opportunities and challenges for local communities. Tourism provided employment and income for people who might otherwise have limited economic opportunities, while also creating markets for traditional crafts and cultural performances that might otherwise have disappeared. However, the pressure to meet tourist expectations sometimes led to the modification or fabrication of traditional practices that bore little relationship to historical reality. Modern archaeological discoveries using advanced technology revolutionized understanding of Silk Road history and provided new insights into the daily life of ancient trading communities. Satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and other remote sensing technologies allowed archaeologists to identify and map sites that would have been impossible to locate using traditional methods. These technologies revealed the extent of ancient settlements, the patterns of urban development, and the sophisticated infrastructure that had supported transcontinental trade. The application of scientific dating methods, chemical analysis of artifacts, and genetic studies of ancient human remains provided unprecedented precision in understanding chronology, trade relationships, and population movements along Silk Road routes. These scientific approaches to archaeological research confirmed some traditional understandings of Silk Road history, while challenging others, creating more nuanced and accurate pictures of how these ancient networks actually functioned. The discovery of remarkably preserved mummies in the Tarim Basin provided dramatic evidence of the diverse populations that had inhabited these regions during the height of Silk Road trade. The excellent preservation of textiles, food remains, and other organic materials in the dry desert climate allowed researchers to understand details of ancient diet, clothing, and daily life that would have been impossible to reconstruct from other types of evidence. Digital preservation of manuscripts and artifacts emerged as a crucial tool for making Silk Road heritage accessible to international researchers and the general public, while also protecting fragile materials from the damage that could result from repeated handling and exposure. High-resolution digital imaging techniques could capture details that were invisible to the naked eye, while also creating permanent records that would preserve information even if original materials were lost or damaged. The International Dunhuang Project, a collaborative effort involving institutions in China, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, and other countries, created comprehensive digital archives of manuscripts and artifacts from Silk Road sites that had been dispersed to museums and libraries around the world during the early 20th century. This project demonstrated the potential for international cooperation in making cultural heritage accessible, while also highlighting the complex legal and ethical issues surrounding the ownership and repatriation of cultural artifacts. Virtual reality and other digital technologies began to offer new ways for people to experience Silk Road heritage without traveling to often remote and fragile historical sites. Virtual reconstructions of ancient cities, immersive experiences of historical trade journeys, and interactive educational programs made it possible for students and the general public to engage with Silk Road history in ways that would have been impossible using traditional educational methods. Contemporary challenges facing Silk Road heritage preservation included climate change, political instability, and the ongoing pressures of modernization and development. Rising temperatures and changing precipitation patterns threatened archaeological sites that had been preserved for centuries by stable desert conditions. Political conflicts and security concerns in some regions made it difficult or dangerous for researchers to conduct fieldwork or for preservation efforts to proceed safely. The rapid pace of urban development and infrastructure construction in many former Silk Road regions created ongoing tensions between development needs and heritage preservation. Archaeological sites were sometimes discovered during construction projects, requiring rapid decisions about whether to halt development, modify project plans, or attempt to preserve discoveries while allowing construction to proceed. These decisions often involved complex negotiations between developers, government officials, and preservation advocates. The role of international organizations in heritage protection became increasingly important as the scale and complexity of preservation challenges exceeded the capacity of individual countries to address independently. UNESCO continued to play a crucial role in identifying and protecting sites of outstanding universal value, while also providing technical assistance and funding for preservation projects. Other international organizations contributed expertise in specific areas such as manuscript conservation, archaeological methodology, and tourism development. The development of international legal frameworks for heritage protection helped to establish standards and procedures for dealing with issues such as the illicit trade in cultural artifacts, the repatriation of cultural materials to their countries of origin, and the coordination of international preservation efforts. However, the enforcement of these frameworks remained challenging, particularly in regions experiencing political instability or where different countries had conflicting claims to cultural heritage. Modern trade relationships and economic cooperation along historic Silk Road routes reflected both continuities with ancient patterns and fundamental changes in the nature of international commerce. While goods still moved between Asia and Europe along routes that followed many of the same geographical corridors used by ancient traders, the scale, speed, and organization of contemporary trade bore little resemblance to historical Silk Road commerce. Container ships, railway freight trains, and truck convoys could transport vastly larger quantities of goods than ancient caravans, while modern communication and financial systems allowed for coordination and payment that would have been impossible using historical methods. The goods being traded also reflected contemporary global manufacturing and consumption patterns, rather than the luxury items and specialized products that had characterized historical Silk Road trade. However, some aspects of contemporary trade relationships echoed historical patterns, particularly in the continuing importance of Central Asian countries as transit routes for goods moving between larger markets in China, Europe, and South Asia. Countries such as Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan found themselves once again serving as crucial links in transcontinental trade networks, though now as sovereign nations rather than as territories controlled by distant empires. The development of new transportation infrastructure, including the revival of railway connections that had been disrupted during the Cold War period, created opportunities for more efficient and cost-effective overland trade between Asia and Europe. The completion of railway lines connecting Chinese manufacturing centers with European markets through Central Asian countries offered alternatives to maritime shipping that could be faster for some types of goods, while also reducing dependence on sea routes that might be vulnerable to disruption. The legacy of the Silk Road in contemporary art, literature, and popular culture reflected both genuine historical interest and romanticized visions of ancient trade and cultural exchange. Artists, writers, and filmmakers drew inspiration from Silk Road themes to create works that explored ideas about cultural encounter, globalization, and human connection across differences of geography and culture. Museums and cultural institutions around the world developed exhibitions that showcased Silk Road history and artifacts, often emphasizing themes of cultural exchange and peaceful cooperation that resonated with contemporary audiences interested in alternatives to conflict and division. These exhibitions introduced millions of visitors to Silk Road history, while also shaping popular understanding of what these ancient networks represented. The use of Silk Road imagery and concepts in contemporary political discourse reflected both the appeal of these historical networks as symbols of international cooperation and the ways in which historical narratives could be adapted to serve contemporary political objectives. Politicians and diplomats frequently invoked Silk Road precedents when advocating for international cooperation and economic integration, though these references sometimes reflected more wishful thinking than accurate historical understanding. Educational programs and cultural exchanges inspired by Silk Road history created new opportunities for young people from different countries to learn about their shared heritage, while also developing skills and perspectives that could contribute to international understanding and cooperation. Student exchange programs, international conferences, and collaborative research projects helped to build networks of personal relationships that echoed the human connections that had been essential to historical Silk Road trade. The environmental challenges facing former Silk Road regions required new forms of international cooperation that addressed problems that transcended national boundaries. The shrinkage of the Aral Sea, desertification in various parts of Central Asia, and the impact of climate change on water resources and agricultural systems affected multiple countries and required coordinated responses that no single nation could implement independently. Conservation efforts aimed at protecting endangered species and ecosystems along former Silk Road routes created opportunities for international cooperation that combined environmental protection with cultural heritage preservation. The snow leopard, which inhabited mountainous regions that had been crucial for Silk Road trade, became a symbol for conservation efforts that involved multiple countries working together to protect habitats that crossed national boundaries. The revival of traditional crafts and cultural practices in former Silk Road regions reflected both genuine cultural preservation efforts and the commercial opportunities created by tourism and international interest in authentic cultural experiences. Master craftsmen who had maintained traditional techniques during the Soviet period found new opportunities to teach their skills to younger generations and to market their products to international customers who valued handmade goods with authentic cultural connections. However, the commercialization of traditional culture also created risks of oversimplification or distortion as complex cultural practices were adapted to meet tourist expectations or market demands. The challenge of maintaining authenticity while making traditional culture accessible and economically viable, required careful attention to the relationship between cultural preservation and economic development. The development of cultural festivals and events celebrating Silk Road heritage provided opportunities for communities to showcase their traditions while also attracting visitors and promoting cultural exchange. These events often combine traditional performances, crafts demonstrations, and educational programs that help to transmit cultural knowledge while also generating income for local communities. The role of technology in contemporary Silk Road studies and heritage preservation continued to evolve as new tools and methods became available. Artificial intelligence and machine learning began to be applied to tasks such as transcribing ancient manuscripts, identifying patterns in archaeological data, and analyzing trade networks. These technologies offered the potential to process vast amounts of information more quickly and accurately than had been possible using traditional scholarly methods. Social media and other digital communication platforms created new ways for people interested in Silk Road history and culture to connect with each other and share information. Online communities of scholars, travelers, and cultural enthusiasts could exchange ideas and discoveries in real time, creating global networks of interest and expertise that transcended geographical and institutional boundaries. The legacy of the ancient Silk Road in the contemporary world extended far beyond academic interest or tourist attractions. The precedent of transcontinental networks that had connected diverse peoples and cultures for mutual benefit provided inspiration for contemporary efforts to address global challenges that required international cooperation. The history of cultural exchange and technological transfer along Silk Road routes offered models for how different societies could learn from each other while maintaining their distinct identities. As the 21st century progressed, the territories that had once been at the heart of Silk Road civilization found themselves once again at the center of international attention and investment. The geographical advantages that had made these regions crucial for ancient trade networks remained relevant in an interconnected world where efficient transportation and communication continue to provide economic and strategic benefits. The story of the Silk Road, from its emergence in the mists of ancient history through its revival in contemporary development projects, demonstrated both the persistence of human desires for connection and exchange and the ways in which political, technological, and economic changes could transform the forms that such connections took. The ancient routes that had carried silk, spices, and ideas across continents had given way to railways, highways, and digital networks. But the fundamental human impulses toward trade, cultural exchange, and mutual understanding continued to shape relationships between the peoples and regions that had once been united by the great transcontinental networks of the Silk Road.